Sorry about that, everyone. My fan broke and was making lots of loud sounds. Today we will be finishing off Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, and we will be continuing off on part 5. So, let's get to it, yes? As soon as I can find it. Right here. Part 5, My Sea Adventure. You don't hear the crickets outside? All right. Chapter 22. How I Began My Sea Adventure. There was no return on the mutineers, not so much as another shot out of the woods. They had got their rations for that day, as the captain put it, and we had the place to ourselves and a quiet time to overhaul the wounded and get dinner. Squire and I cooked outside in spite of the danger, and even outside we could hardly tell where we were at, for the horror of the loud groans that reached us from the doctor's patients. Out of the 8 men who had fallen in action, only 3 still breathed. That one of the pirates who had been shot at the loophole, Hunter, and Captain Smollett, and of these, the first 2 were as good as dead. The mutineer indeed died under the doctor's knife, and Hunter, do what we could, never recovered consciousness in this world. He lingered all day, breathing loudly like the old buccaneer at home in his apoplectic fit. But the bones of his chest had been crushed by the blow, and his skull fractured in falling. And some time in the following night, without sign or sound, he went to his Maker. As for the captain, his wounds were grievous indeed, but not dangerous. No organ was fatally injured. Anderson's ball, for it was Job that shot him first, had broken his shoulder blade and touched the lung, not badly. The second had only torn and displaced some muscles in his calf. He was sure to recover, the doctor said, but in the meantime, and for weeks to come, he must not walk nor move his arm, nor so much as speak when he could help it. My own accidental cut across the knuckles was a flea bite. Dr. Livesey patched it up with plaster and pulled my ears for me into the bargain. After dinner, the squire and the doctor sat by the captain's side a while in consultation, and when they had talked their hearts' content, it being then little past noon, the doctor took his hat and pistols, girt on a cutlass, put the chart in his pocket, and with the musket over his shoulder, crossed the palisade on the north side and set off briskly through the trees. Gray and I were sitting together at the far end of the blockhouse, to be out of earshot of our officers consulting, and Gray took his pipe out of his mouth and fairly forgot to put it back again, so thunderstruck he was at this occurrence. "Why, in the name of Davy Jones," he said, "is Dr. Livesey mad?" "Why, no," says I. "He's about the last of the crew for that, I take it." "Oh, shipmate," said Gray, "mad he may not be, but if he's not mad, you mark my words, I am." "Well, I take it, replied I. The doctor has his idea, and if I'm right, he's going now to see Ben Gunn. I was right, as appeared later, but in the meantime, the house being stifling hot, and the little patch of sand inside the palisade ablaze with the midday sun, I began to get another thought in my head, which was not by any means so right. What I began to do was envy the doctor walking in the cool shadow of the woods with the birds about him and the pleasant smell of the pines, while I sat grilling with my clothes stuck to the hot resin and so much blood about me and so many poor dead bodies lying all around that I took a disgust of the place that was almost as strong as fear. All the time I was washing out the blockhouse, and then washing up the things from dinner, this disgust and envy kept growing stronger and stronger, till at last, being near a bread bag, and no one then observing me, I took the first step towards my escapade and filled both pockets of my coat with biscuit. I was a fool, if you like, and certainly I was going to do a foolish, overbold act. But I was determined to do it with all the precautions in my power. These biscuits, should anything befall me, would keep me, at least, from starving till far on in the next day. The next thing I laid hold of was a brace of pistols. As I already had a powder horn and bullets, I felt myself well supplied with arms. As for the scheme in my head, it was not a bad one in itself. I was to go down the sandy pit that divides the anchorage on the east from the open sea, find the white rock I had observed last evening, and ascertain whether it was there or not Ben Gunn had hidden his boat. A thing quite worth doing, as I believe, but I was certain I should not be allowed to leave the enclosure. My only plan was to take the French leave and slip out when nobody was watching, and that was so bad a way of doing it as made the thing itself wrong. But I was only a boy, and I had made my mind up. Well, as things fell out, I found an admirable opportunity. The squire and Gray were busy helping the captain with his bandages. The coast was clear. I made a bolt for it over the stockade and into the thickest of trees, and before my absence was observed, I was out of cry of my companions. This was my second folly, far worse than the first, as I left but 2 sound men to guard the house, but like the first, it was a help towards saving us all. I took my way straight for the east coast of the island, for I was determined to go to the seaside of the spit to avoid all chance of observation from the anchorage. It was already late in the afternoon, although still warm and sunny. As I continued to thread the tall woods, I could hear from far before me not only the continuous thunder of the surf, but a certain tossing of foliage and grinding of boughs which showed me the sea breeze had set in higher than usual. Soon, cool draughts of air began to reach me, and a few steps further I came forth into the open borders of the grove, and saw the sea lying blue and sunny to the horizon, and the surf tumbling and tossing its foam along the beach. I'd never seen the sea quiet round Treasure Island. The sun might blaze overhead, the air be without a breath, the surface smooth and blue, but still these great rollers would be running along all the external coast, thundering and thundering by day and night, and I scarcely believe there is one spot in the island where a man would be out of earshot of their noise. I walked along beside the surf with great enjoyment, till, thinking I was now got far enough to the south, I took cover of some thick bushes and crept warily up the ridge of the spit. Behind me was the sea. In front of the anchorage, the sea breeze, as though it had sooner blown itself out by its unusual violence, was already at an end. It had succeeded by light, variable airs from the south and southeast, carrying the great banks of fog, and the anchorage, under lee of Skeleton Island, lay still and laden as when first we entered it. The Hispaniola, in that unbroken mirror, was exactly portrayed from the truck to the waterline, the Jolly Roger hanging from her peak. Alongside lay one of the gigs, silver in the stern sheets. Him I could always recognize, while a couple of men were leaning over stern bulwarks, one of them with a red cap, the very rogue that I had seen some hours before stride legs upon the palisade. Apparently they were talking and laughing, though at that distance, upwards a mile, I could, of course, hear no word of what was said. All at once there began the most horrid, unearthly screaming, which at first startled me badly, though I soon remembered the voice of Captain Flint, and even thought I could make out the bird by her bright plumage as she sat perched upon her master's wrist. Soon after, the jolly boat shoved off and pulled for shore, and the man with the red cap and his comrade went below by the cabin companion. Just about the same time the sun had gone down behind the spyglass, and as the fog was collecting rapidly, it began to grow dark in earnest. I saw I must lose no time if I were to find the boat that evening. The white rock, visible enough by the brush, was still some eighth of a mile further down the spit, and it took me a goodish while to get up with it, crawling, often on all fours, among the scrub. Night had almost come when I laid my hand on its rough sides. Right below us there was an exceedingly small hollow of green turf, hidden by banks and a thick underwood about knee-deep that grew there very plentifully, and in the center of the dell, sure enough, a little tent of goatskins, like what the gypsies carry about with them in England. I dropped into the hollow, lifted the side of the tent, and there was Ben Gunn's boat, homemade if anything was homemade, and a rude, lopsided framework of tough wood, and stretched upon that a covering of goatskin with the hair inside. The thing was extremely small, even for me, and I could hardly imagine that it would have floated with a full-size man. There was one thwart set as low as possible, and a kind of stretcher in the bows, and a double paddle for propulsion. I had not then seen a coracle, such as the ancient Britons made, but I have seen one since, and I can give you no fair idea of Ben Gunn's boat than by saying it was like the first and worst coracle ever made by man. But the great advantage of the coracle it certainly possessed, for it was extremely light and portable. Well, now that I had found the boat, you would have thought I'd have enough of truancy for once. But in the meantime, I had taken another notion and become so obstinately fond of it that I would have carried it out, I believe, in the teeth of Captain Smollett himself. This was to slip out under the cover of night, cut the Hispaniola adrift, and let her go ashore where she fancied. I had quite made up my mind that the mutineers, after their repulse of the morning, had nothing nearer their hearts than to up anchor and away to sea. This, I thought, would be a fine thing to prevent. And now that I had seen how they left their watchmen unprovided with a boat, I thought it might be done with little risk. Down I sat to wait for darkness, and made a hearty meal of biscuit. It was a night of 10,000 for my purpose. The fog had now buried all heaven, and the last rays of daylight dwindled and disappeared. Absolute blackness settled down on Treasure Island, and when, at last, I shouldered the coracle and groped my way stumblingly out of the hollow where I had supped, there were but 2 points visible on the whole anchorage. One was the great fire on the shore, by which the defeated pirates lay carousing in the swamp. The other, a mere blur of light upon the darkness, indicated the position of the anchored ship. She had swung round to the ebb. Her bow was now towards me, and the only lights on board were in the cabin. And what I saw was merely a reflection on the fog of the strong rays that flowed from the stern window. The ebb had already run some time, and I had to wade through a long belt of swampy sand, where I sank several times above the ankle before I came to the edge of the retreating water, and wading a little way in, with some strength and dexterity, set my coracle, keel downwards, on the surface. Well, that was a short chapter. I honestly wasn't expecting that. Chapter 23. The ebb tide runs. The coracle, as I had ample reason to know before I was done with her, was a very safe boat for a person of my height and weight, both buoyant and clever in a seaway. But she was the most cross-grained, lopsided craft to manage. Do as you pleased, she always made more leeway than anything else, and turning round and round was the maneuver she was best at. Even Ben Gunn himself has admitted that she was queer to handle till you knew her way. Certainly, I did not know her way. She turned in every direction but the one I was bound to go. The most part of the time we were broadside on. I was very sure I never should have made the ship at all but for the tide. By good fortune, paddle as I pleased, the tide was sweeping me down, and there lay Hispaniola right in the fairway, hardly to be missed. First she loomed before me like a blot of something yet blacker than darkness. Then her spars and hull began to take shape, and the next moment, it seemed, for the further I went, the brisker grew the current of the ebb, and I was alongside her hawser and had laid hold. The hawser was as taut as a bowstring, and the current was so strong she pulled up her anchor. All around the hull, in the blackness, the rippling current bubbled and clattered like a little mountain stream. One cut with my sea gully, and Hispaniola would go humming down the tide. So far, so good. But it next occurred to my recollection that a taut hawser, suddenly cut, is a thing as dangerous as a kicking horse. 10 to 1, if I was so foolhardily as to cut the Hispaniola from her anchor, I and the coracle would be knocked clean out of the water. This brought me to a full stop, and if fortune had not again particularly favored me, I should have had to abandon my design. But the light airs which had begun blowing from the southeast and south had hauled round after nightfall and into the southwest. Just while I was meditating, a puff came, caught the Hispaniola, and forced her up into the current, and to my great joy, I felt the hawser slacken in my grasp. and the hand by which I held it dipped for a second underwater. With that, I made up my mind, took out my gully, opened it with my teeth, and cut one strand after another till the vessel swung by only two. Then I lay quiet, waiting to sever these last when the strain should be once more lightened by a breath of wind. All this time I heard the sound of loud voices from the cabin, but, to say truth, my mind had been so entirely taken up with other thoughts that I had scarcely given ear. Now, however, when I had nothing to do, I began to pay more heed. One I recognized for the coxswains, Israel Hands, that had been Flint's gunner in former days. The other was, of course, my friend of the red nightcap. Both men were plainly the worse for drink. And they were still drinking, for even while I was listening, one of them, with a drunken cry, opened the stern window and threw out something, which I divined to be an empty bottle. But they were not only tipsy, it was plain that they were furiously angry. Oaths flew like hailstones, and every now and then there came forth such an explosion as I thought was sure to end in blows. But each time the quarrel passed off, and the voices grumbled lower for a while until the next crisis came, and in its turn passed away without result. On shore, I could see the glow of the great campfire burning warmly through the shore side trees. Someone was singing a dull, old, droning sailor's song, with a droop and a quaver at the end of every verse, and seemingly no end to it at all but the patience of the singer. I heard it on the voyage more than once and remembered these words: "But one man of her crew alive, what put to sea with 75." And I thought it was a ditty rather too dolefully appropriate for a company that had met such cruel losses in the morning. But indeed, from what I saw, all these buccaneers were as callous as the sea as they sailed on. At last the breeze came. The schooner sidled and drew nearer in the dark. I felt the hawser slacken once more, and with good, tough effort, cut the last fibers through. The breeze had but little action on the coracle, and I had almost instantly swept against the bows of the Hispaniola. At the same time, the schooner began to turn upon her heel, spinning slowly, end for end, across the current. I wrought like a fiend, for I expected every moment to be swamped, and since I found I could not push the coracle directly off, I now shoved straight astern. At length I was clear of my dangerous neighbor, and just as I gave the last impulsion, my hands came across a light cord that was trailing overboard across the stern bulwarks. Instantly I grasped it. Why I should have done so, I can hardly say. It was at first mere instinct. But once I had it in my hands, I found it fast. Curiosity began to get the upper hand, and I determined that I should have one look through the cabin window. I pulled in hand and over hand on the cord. When I judged myself near enough, rose at infinite risk to about half my height, and thus commanded the roof and a slice of the interior cabin. By this time, the schooner and her little consort were gliding pretty swiftly through the water. Indeed, we had already fetched up level with the campfire. The ship was taking, as the sailors say, loudly treading the innumerable ripples with an incessant weltering splash. And until I got my eye above the window sill, I could not comprehend why the watchman had taken no alarm. One glance, however, was sufficient. It was only one glance that I durst take from the unsteady skiff. It showed me Hans and his companion locked together in a deadly wrestle, each with a hand on the other's throat. I dropped upon the thwart again, none too soon, for I was near overboard. I could see nothing for the moment but these two furious, encrimsoned faces swaying together under the smoky lamp, and I shut my eyes to let them grow once more familiar with the darkness. The endless spellad had come to an end at last, and the whole diminished company about the campfire had broken into the chorus I had heard so often. 15 men on the dead man's chest. Yo, ho, ho, and a bottle of rum. Drink, and the devil had done for the rest. Yo, ho, ho, and a bottle of rum. I was just thinking how busy Drink and the devil were at that very moment in the cabin of the Hispaniola, when I was surprised by a sudden lurch of the coracle. At the same moment, she yawned sharply and seemed to change her course. Speed, in the meantime, had strangely increased. I opened my eyes at once. All around me were little ripples, combing over with a sharp, bristling sound and a slight phosphorescence. The Hispaniola herself, a few yards in whose wake I was still being whirled along, seemed to stagger in her course, and I saw her spars toss a little against the blackness of night. Nay, as I looked longer, I made sure she also was wheeling to the southward. I glanced over my shoulder, and my heart jumped against my ribs. There, right behind me, was the glow of the campfire. The current had turned at right angles, sweeping round along with it the tall schooner and the little dancing coracle, ever quickening, ever bubbling higher, ever muttering louder. It was spinning through the narrows for the open sea. Suddenly, the schooner in front of me gave a violent yaw, turning, perhaps through 20 degrees, and almost at the same moment one shout followed another from on board. I could hear feet pounding on the companion ladder, and I knew that the two drunkards had at last been interrupted in their quarrel and awakened to a sense of their disaster. I lay down flat in the bottom of the wretched skiff and devoutly recommend my spirit to its maker. At the end of the straits, I made sure we must fall into some bar of raging breakers where all my troubles would be ended speedily. And though I could, perhaps, bear to die, I could not bear to look upon my fate as it approached. So I must have lain for hours, continually beaten to and fro upon by the billows, now and again wetted by flaying sprays, and never ceasing to expect death at the next plunge. Gradually, weariness grew upon me. A numbness, an occasional stupor, fell upon my mind even in the midst of my terrors, until sleep had at last supervened, and in my sea-tossed coracle I lay dreamed of home and the old Admiral Benbow. He actually did it. He cut free the ship. Although I'm be darned, are they near the beach or like way out to sea? Not 100% certain on that. I'll be right back. I apologize. It's really, really warm without the fan. so sorry. You might hear crickets. I sincerely apologize for that. You might, anyway. If you do, I am very, very sorry. But it's just getting way too warm. It's like 60 degrees outside, yet in here it's almost 80. Go figure. So I need the breeze of the outside, which unfortunately brings the sound of all those crickets. Go figure. Alright. Chapter 24. The Cruise of the Coracle. It was broad day when I awoke and found myself tossing at the southwest end of Treasure Island. The sun was up, but was still hid from me behind the great bulk of the spyglass, which on this side descended almost to the sea in the formidable cliffs. Hull, Bowline Head, and Mizzenmast Hill were at my elbow. The hill bare and dark, the head bound with cliffs 40 or 50 feet high and fingered across great masses of fallen rock. I was a scarce quarter of a mile seaward, and it was my first thought to paddle in and land. That notion was soon given over. Among the fallen rocks and breakers spouted and bellowed loud reverberations. Heavy sprays, flying and falling, succeeded one after another from second to second, and I saw myself, if I ventured nearer, dashed to death upon the rough shore or spending my strength in vain to scale the beetling crags. Nor was that all, for crawling together on the flat tables of rock, or letting themselves drop in the sea with loud reports, I beheld slimy monsters. Soft snails, as it were, of incredible bigness, 2 or 3 score of them together, making the rocks to echo with their barkings. I have understood since that they were sea lions, and entirely harmless, but the look of them, added to the difficulty of the shore and high running of the surf, was more than enough to disgust me of that landing place. I felt willing rather to starve at sea than confront such perils. In the meantime, I had a better chance, I supposed, before me. North of Hull Bowline Head, the land runs in a long way, leaving at low tide a long stretch of yellow sand. To the north of that, there comes another cape, Cape of Woods as it marked upon the chart, buried in tall green pines which descended to the margin of the sea. I had remembered what Silver had said about the current that sets northward along the west coast of Treasure Island, and seeing from my position that I was already under its influence, I preferred to leave Hull Bowline Head behind me and reserve my strength for an attempt to land upon the kindlier looking Cape of the Woods. There was a great, smooth swell upon the sea. The wind was blowing steady and gentle from the south. There was no contrariety between that and the current, and the billows rose and fell unbroken. Had it been otherwise, I must long ago have perished. But as it was surprisingly how easily and securely my little and light boat could ride. Often, as I still lay at the bottom and kept no more than an eye above the gunwale, I would see a big blue summit heaving close above me, yet the coracle would but bounce a little, dance if on springs, and subside on the other side into the trough as lightly as a bird. I began after a little to grow very bold and sat up to try to skip my skill at paddling. But even a small change in the disposition of the weight will produce violent changes in the behavior of the coracle. And I hardly moved before the boat, giving up at once the gentle dancing movement, ran down a slope of water so steep that it made me giddy, and struck her nose with a spout of spray deep into the side of the next wave. I was drenched and terrified, and fell instantly back into my old position, whereupon the coracle seemed to find her head again and led me as softly as before among the billows. It was plain she was not to be interfered with, and at that rate, since I could in no way influence her course, what hope had I left of reaching land? I began to be horribly frightened, but I kept in my head, for all that. First, moving with all care, I gradually bailed out of the oracle with my sea cap. Then, getting my eye once more above the gunwale, I set myself to study how it was she managed to slip so quietly through the rollers. I found each wave, instead of the big, smooth, glossy mountain it looks from shore or from a vessel's deck, was for all the world like any range of hills on dry land, full of peaks and smooth places and valleys. Coracle, left to herself, turning from side to side, threaded, so to speak, her way through these lower parts and avoided the steep slopes and higher toppling summits of the wave. Well now, I thought to myself, it is plain I must lie where I am and not disturb the balance. But it's plain also that I can put the paddle over the side and from time to time in smooth places give her a shove or two towards land. No sooner thought than done. There I lay on my elbows in the most trying attitude, and every now and again, gave a weak stroke or two to turn her head to shore. It was very tiring and slow work, yet I did visibly gain ground, and as we drew near the Cape of the Woods, though I must infallibly miss that point, I had still made some 100 yards of easting. I was indeed close in. I could see the cool green treetops swaying together in the breeze, and I felt sure I should make the next promontory without fail. It was high time, for now I began to be tortured with thirst. The glow of the sun from above, its 10,000-fold reflection from the waves, the sea water that fell and dried upon me, caking my very lips with salt, combined to make my throat burn and my brain ache. The sight of the trees so near at hand had almost made me sick with longing. But the current had soon carried me past the point, and as the next reach of sea opened out, I beheld a sight that changed the nature of my thoughts. Right in front of me, not a half a mile away, I beheld the Hispaniola under sail. I made sure, of course, that I should be taken, but I was so distressed for want of water that I scarce knew whether to be glad or sorry at the thought. And long before I had come to a conclusion, Surprise had taken entire possession of my mind, and I could do nothing but stare in wonder. The Hispaniola was under her mainsail and two jibs, and the beautiful white canvas shone in the sun like snow or silver. When I first sighted her, all her sails were drawing. She was lying a course about northwest, and I presumed the men on board were going round the island on their way back to their anchorage. Presently, she began to fetch more and more to the westward, so that I thought they sighted me and were going about in chase. At last, however, she fell right into the wind's eye, was taken dead aback, and stood there a while helpless, with her sails shivering. "Clumsy fellows," said I. "They must still be drunk as owls." And I thought how Captain Smalley would have them skipping. Meanwhile, the schooner gradually fell off and filled again another tack, sailed swiftly for a minute or so, and brought up once more dead in the wind's eye. Again and again was this repeated, to and fro, up and down, north, south, east and west. The Hispaniola sailed by swoops and dashes, and in each repetition ended as she had begun, with idly flapping canvas. It became plain to me that nobody was steering. And if so, where were the men? Either they were dead drunk or had deserted her, I thought, and perhaps I could get on board. I might return the vessel to her captain. The current was bearing coracle and schooner southward at an equal rate. As for the latter sailing, it was so wild and intermittent, and she had each time so long in irons that she certainly gained nothing, if she did not even lose. If I only dared to sit up and paddle, I made sure that I could overhaul her. The scheme had an air of adventure that inspired me, and the thought of the water breaker beside the fore companion doubled my growing courage. Up I got, was welcomed almost instantly by another cloud of spray, but this time stuck to my purpose and set myself, with all my strength and caution, to paddle after the unsteered Hispaniola. Once I shipped a sea so heavy that I had to stop and bail, with my heart fluttering like a bird, but gradually I got into the way of the thing and guided my coracle among the waves, with only now and then a blow upon her bows and a dash of foam in my face. I was now gaining rapidly on the schooner. I could see the brass glisten on the tiller as it banged about, and no soul appeared on her decks. I could not choose but suppose she was deserted. If not, the men were lying drunk below, where I might batten them down, perhaps, and do what I chose with the ship. For some time she had been doing the worst thing possible for me, standing still. She had headed nearly due south, yawing, of course, all the time. Each time she fell off, her sails partly filled, and these brought her in a moment right to the wind again. I have said this was the worst thing possible for me, for helpless as she looked in this situation, with the canvas cracking like a cannon and the blocks trundling and banging on the deck, she still continued to run away from me, not only with the speed of the current, but by the whole amount of her leeway, which was naturally great. But now, at last, I had my chance. The breeze fell for some seconds, very low, and the current gradually turning her. The Hispaniola revolved slowly around her center, and at last presented me to her stern, with the cabin windows still gaping open and the lamp over the table, still burning on into the day. The mainsail hung, drooped like a banner. She was stock still for the current. For the last little while I had even lost, but redoubling my efforts, I began once more to overhaul the chase. For the last little while, I was not 100 yards from her when the wind came again in a clap. She filled on the port tack and was off again, stooping and skimming like a swallow. My first impulse was one of despair, but my second was towards joy. Round she came, till she was broadside on to me. Round still she had covered half, and then 2/3, and then 3/4 of the distance that separated us. I could see the waves boiling white under her forefoot. Immensely tall she looked to me from my low station in the coracle. And then, of a sudden, I began to comprehend. I had scarce time to think, scarce time to act, and save myself. I was on the summit of one swell when the schooner came stooping over the next. The bowsprit was over my head, and I sprang to my feet and leaped, stamping the coracle under the water. With one hand I caught the jib boom, while my foot was lodged between the stay and the brace, and as I clung there panting, a dull blow told me the schooner had charged down and struck the coracle, and that I was left without retreat on the Hispaniola. That ends chapter 24. Oh wow, I dropped a lot of frames. Pity. Why does that always seem to happen during the night but not the day? Go figure. Hello, Pollen. Good evening to you. You enjoy those crosswords. We should be finishing this entire book unless it gets just way too hot. My ceiling fan broke. Well, it works, but it just makes way too much sound for me. So I had to open the window. It helps, but it doesn't. And you might hear crickets. If it's too much, I may end and just fix my fan, continue this another day. I do have one final book, or final part, and it's going to take a few hours. Because Lord knows I hear the crickets. Lord knows I hear the crickets. Although, you want to know what's louder than the crickets? You can't hear it, or you can't see it, but I'm pointing my fingers to both my ears. And I got this bad ringing, this really bad tinnitus, this ringing in my ears that's just, sometimes I can take it, sometimes I don't even notice, and other times it's just like, oh man, why? Now is one of those times, and it's louder than the crickets. All right. So, what shall young Jim do on the ship? His way out's destroyed. Whatever a coracle is, I think it's like a small little round tub boat that you can paddle to almost no effect. Yeah. It's gone. And he's stranded on the ship with at least 2 of really, really bad dudes. We'll see. Chapter 25. I strike the Jolly Roger. I had scarce gained a position of the bowsprit when the flying jib flapped and filled upon the other tack with a report like a gun. The schooner trembled to her keel under the reverse, but the next moment, the other sail still drawing, the jib flapped back again and hung idle. This had nearly tossed me off into the sea. And now I lost no time, crawled back to the bowsprit, and trebled head foremost onto the deck. I was on the lee side of the forecastle, and the mainsail, which was still drawing, concealing from me from a certain portion of the afterdeck. Not a soul was to be seen. The planks, which had not been swabbed since the mutiny, bore the print of many feet and an empty bottle, broken by the neck, tumbled to and fro like a live thing in the scuppers. Suddenly, the Hispaniola came right into the wind. The jibs behind me cracked aloud. The rudders slammed to. The whole ship gave a sickening heave and shudder, and at the same moment the main boom swung inward, the sheet groaning in the blocks, and showed me the lee afterdeck. There were the two watchmen, sure enough. Red Cap on his back, as stiff as a handspike, with arms outstretched like those of a crucifix and his teeth showing through his open lips. Israel hands propped against the bulwarks, his chin on his chest, his hands lying open before him on the deck. His face was white under its tan as a tallow candle. For a while, the ship kept bucking and sidling like a vicious horse. The sails filling, now on one tack, now on another, and the boom swinging to and fro till the mast groaned aloud under the strain. Now and again there would come a cloud of light sprays over the bulwark, and a heavy blow of the ship's bows against the swell. So much heavier weather was made of it by this great rigged ship than by my homemade lopsided coracle, now gone to the bottom of the sea. At every jump of the schooner, Red Cap slipped to and fro, but, what was ghastly to behold, neither his attitude nor his fixed teeth disclosing grin was any way disturbed by this rough usage. At every jump, too, Hans appeared still more to sink into himself and settle down upon the deck, his feet sliding ever further out, and the whole body canting towards the stern, so that his face became, little by little, hid from me, and at last I could see nothing beyond his ear and the frayed ringlet of one whisker. At the same time, I observed, around both of them, splashes of dark blood upon the planks, began to feel sure that they had killed each other in their drunken wrath. While I was thus looking and wondering, in a calm moment, when the ship was still, Israel Hands turned partly round, and with a low moan writhed himself back into the position in which I had seen him first. The moan, which told of pain and deadly weakness, was in a way in which his jaw hung open, went right to my heart. But when I remembered the talk I had overheard from the apple barrel, all pity left me. I walked aft until I reached the mainmast. "Come aboard, Mr. Hands," I said ironically. He rolled his eyes round heavily, but he was too far gone to express surprise. All he could do was utter one word: brandy. It occurred to me that there was no time to lose, and dodging the boom as it once more lurched across the deck, I slipped aft and down the companion stairs into the cabin. It was such a scene of confusion as you could hardly fancy. All the lock-fast places had been broken open in a quest with the chart. The floor was thick with mud where ruffians had sat down to drink or consult after wading in the marshes round their camp. The bulkheads, all painted in clear white and beaded with round of gilt, bore a pattern of dirty hands, Dozens of empty bottles clinked together in corners of the rolling of the ship. One of the doctor's medical books lay open on the table, half the leaves gutted out, I suppose, for pipe lights. In the midst of all this lamp still cast a smoky glow, obscure as brown as umber. I went into the cellar. All the barrels were gone, and all the bottles, a most surprising number, had been drunk out and thrown away. Certainly, since the mutiny began, not a man of them could even have been sober. Foraging about, I found a bottle with some brandy left. For Hans, and for myself, I ratted out some biscuit, some pickled fruits, and a great bunch of raisins, and a piece of cheese. With these I came on deck, put down my own stock behind a rudder, and well out of the coxswain's reach, went forward to the water breaker, and had a good deep drink of water, and then, and not till then, gave Hans the brandy. He must have drunk a gill before he took the bottle from his mouth. "I," he said, "I thunder, I wanted some of that." I had sat down already in my own corner and began to eat. "Much hurt?" I asked him. He grunted, or rather, I might say, he barked. "If that doctor were on board," he said, "I'd be right enough in a couple of turns. I don't have no matter of luck, you see. And that's what's the matter with me. As for that swab, he's good and dead, he is," he added, indicating the man with the red cap. "He weren't no seaman anyhow. Where might you have come from?" "Well," said I, "I've come aboard to take possession of the ship, Mr. Hans, and you'll please regard me as your captain until further notice." He looked at me sourly enough, but said nothing. Some of the color had come back into his cheeks, though he looked very sick and still continued to slip out and settle down as the ship banged about. "By the by," I continued, "I can't have these colors, Mr. Han. By your leave, I'll strike them. Better none than these." That's quite the picture. And again, dodging the boom, I ran to the color lines, handed down their cursed black flag, chucked it overboard. "God save the king," said I, waving my cap. "And there's an end to Captain Silver." He watched me keenly and slyly, his chin all the while on his breast. "I reckon," he said at last, "I reckon, Captain Hawkins, you'll kind of want to get ashore now. Suppose we talks." "Why, yes," says I, "with all my heart, Mr. Hans. Say on." And I went back to my meal with a good appetite. "This man," he began, nodding feebly at the corpse, "O'Brien were in his name. A rank Irelander. This man and me got the canvas on her, meaning to sail her back. Now, he's dead now, he is. As dead as bilge. And who's to sail the ship? I don't see. Without I gives you a hint, and you ain't that man, as far as I could tell. Now, look here, you just gives me food and drink, and an old scarf and handkerchief to tie my wound up. You do. And I'll tell you how to sail her. And that's about square and all round, I take it." "I'll tell you one thing," says I. "I'm not going back to Captain Kidd's anchorage. I mean to get into the Northland Inlet and beach her there quietly." "To be sure you did," he cried. Why, I ain't such an infernal lubber after all. I could see, can't I? I'd have tried my fling, I have, and I've lost. And it's you who has the wind of me. North Inlet? Why, I haven't no chase, not I. I'd help you sail her up to the execution dock, by thunder, so I would. Well, it seemed to me there was no sense in this. There was some sense in this. We struck our bargain on the spot. In 3 minutes, I had the Hispaniola sailing easily before the wind along the coast of Treasure Island, with good hopes turning to the northern port ere noon and beating down again as far as the North Inlet before high water, when we might beach her safely and wait till the subsiding tide permitted us to land. Then I lashed the tiller and went below to my own chest, where I got a soft silk handkerchief of my mother's. With this, and with my aid, Hans bound up the great bleeding stab he had received in the thigh, and after eaten a little, and he had swallow or two more of the brandy, he began to pick up, visibly, sat straighter up, spoke louder and clearer, and looked in every way another man. The breeze served us admirably. We skimmed before it like a bird, and the coast of the island flashing by in, and the view changing every minute. Soon we were past the high lands, and bowling beside low, sandy country, sparsely dotted with dwarf pines, and soon we were beyond that again, and turned the corner of the rocky hill that ends the island on the north. I was greatly elated with my new command, and pleased with the bright, sunshiny weather and these different prospects of the coast. I had now plenty of water and good things to eat, and my conscience, which had smitten me hard for my desertion, was quieted by the great conquest I had made. I think, have had nothing left to desire but for the eyes of the coxswain as they followed me diversively about the deck, and the odd smile that appeared continually on his face was a smile that had in it something both of pain and weakness, a haggard old man's smile, but there was, besides that, a great derision, a shadow of treachery, in his expression as he craftily watched and watched and watched me at my work. Well, that ends chapter 25. Israel Hands was one of the ones who was mutinous, and little boy Jim was hiding in an apple barrel in one of the previous chapters and overheard him, or Israel Hands, and Silver talking about what they were going to do with mutiny. These wonderful people, nothing but complete, ruffians. But Jim might not be so far from a ruffian himself. He got command of the ship and he feels good, Let's see where it takes us. Chapter 26. Israel Hands. The wind, serving us to a desire, now hauled in to the west. We could run so much easier from the northeast corner of the island to the mouth of the North Inlet. Only as we had no power to anchor and dared not beach her till the tide had flowed a good deal further, time hung on our hands. The coxswain told me how to lay the ship to. After a good many trials, I succeeded, and we both sat in silence over another meal. Captain, said he at length, with some with the same uncomfortable smile. Here's my old shipmate, O'Brien. Suppose you was to heave him overboard. I ain't particular as a rule. I don't take no blame for settling his hash, but I don't reckon him ornamental now, do you? I'll be right back. The ceiling fan's making noise and it needs to turn off. Probably just need to take it apart, put a oil in it. That's not a thing for right now. I'm not strong enough, and I don't like the job. And there he lies for me, said I. This here's an unlucky ship, this Hispaniola, Jim, he went on, blinking. There's a power of men been killed in this Hispaniola. A sight of poor seamen dead and gone since you and me took ship to Bristol. I've never seen such dirty luck. Not I. This here O'Brien now, he's dead, ain't he? Well now, I'm no scholar, and you're as lad as can read and figure, and put it straight. Do you take it as a dead man is dead for good, or do he come alive again? You can kill the body, Mr. Hans, but not the spirit. You must know that already, I replied. O'Brien there is in another world, and may be watching us. Ah, says he. That's unfortunate. Appears if killing parties was a waste of time. Howsomever, spirits don't reckon for much, by what I've seen. I'll chance it with the spirits, Jim. And now you've spoken up free. I'll take it kind if you'd step down into that there cabinet and get me shiver me timbers. I can't hit the name on it. Name on it. Well, you give me a bottle of wine, Jim. Here's brandy's too strong for my head. Now the coxswain's hesitation seemed to be unnatural, as for the notion of his preferring wine to brandy, I entirely disbelieved it. The whole story was a pretext. He wanted me to leave the deck, so much was plain. But with what purpose I could in no way imagine. His eyes never met mine. He kept wandering to and fro, up and down, now with a look to the sky, now with a flitting glance to dead O'Brien. All the time he kept smiling, putting his tongue out in the most guilty, embarrassed manner, so that a child could have told that he was bent on some deception. I was prompt with my answer, however, for I saw where my advantage lay, and that with a fellow so densely stupid I could easily conceal my suspicions to the end. Some wine, I said. Far better. Will you have white or red? Well, I reckon it's about as blessed same to me, shipmate, he replied. So it's strong, and plenty of it. What's the odds? All right. I'll bring you to port, Mr. Hans, but I'll have to dig for it. With that, I scuttled down the companion with all the noise I could, slipped off my shoes, ran quietly along the sparred galley, mounted the forecastle ladder, popped my head out of the forward companion. I knew he would not expect to see me there, yet I took every precaution possible, and certainly the worst of my suspicions proved true. He had risen from his position to his hands and knees, though his leg obviously hurt him pretty sharply when he moved, for I could hear him stifle a groan. Yet it was at a good rattling rate that he trailed himself across the deck. In half a minute he had reached the port scuppers and picked out out of a coil of rope a long knife, or rather a short dirk, discolored to the hilt with blood. He looked upon it for a moment, thrusting forth his underjaw, and tried the point upon his hand, and then, hastily concealing it in the bosom of his jacket, trundled back again into his old place against the bulwark. This was all that I required to know. Israel couldn't move about. He was now armed, and if he had been at so much trouble to get rid of me, it was plain that I was meant to be the victim. What he would do afterwards, whether he would try to crawl right across the island from the north inlet to the camp among the wood or among the swamps, or whether he would fire Long Tom, trusting that his own comrades might come first to help him, was, of course, more than I could say. Yet I felt sure that I could trust him in one point, since in that our interests jumped together, and that was in the disposition of the schooner. We both desired to have her stranded safe enough in a shelter place, and so that when the time came she could be off again with as little labor and danger as might be. And until that was done, I considered my life would certainly be spared. Yet, while I was thus turning the business over in my mind, I had not been idle with my body. I had stolen back to the cabin, slipped once more into my shoes, and laid my hand at random on a bottle of wine, and now, with this as an excuse, I made my reappearance on the deck. Hans lay, as I left him, all fallen together in a bundle, with his eyelids lowered, as though he were too weak to bear with the light. He looked up, however, at my coming, knocked the neck off the bottle like a man who had done the same thing often, and took a good swig with his favorite toast of "Here's luck," and then lay quiet for a little, and then, pulling out a stick of tobacco, begged me to cut him a quid. "Cut me a chunk of that," says he, "for I haven't no knife and hardly strength enough. So be as I had. Jim, I reckon I misstrays. Cut me a quid, as'll likely be the last, lad, for I'm for my long home, and no mistake." "Well," said I, "I'll cut you some tobacco. But if I was you, and thought myself so badly, I'd go to my prayers like a Christian man." "Why?" said he. "Now you tell me why." "Why?" I cried. "You are asking me now just about the dead. You've broken your trust. You've lived in sin and lies and blood. There's a man you killed lying at your feet this moment, and you ask me why? For God's mercy, Mr. Hans, that's why." I spoke with a little heat, thinking of the bloody dirk he had hidden in his pocket, and designed, in his ill thoughts, to end me. He, for his part, took a great draught of wine, and spoke with the most unusual solemnity. "For 30 years, he said, "I've sailed the seas and seen good and bad, better and worse, fair weather and foul, provisions running out, knives going and what not. Well, now I tell you, I never seen good come of goodness yet. Him as strikes first is my fancy. Dead men don't bite. Them's my views. Amen. So be it. And now you look here," he added, suddenly changing his tone. "We've had about enough of this foolery. The tide's made good enough by now. You just take my orders, Captain Hawken, and we'll sail slap in and be done with it." All told, we had scarce 2 miles to run, but the navigation was delicate. The entrance to this northern anchorage was not only narrow and shoal, but lay east and west, so that the schooner must be nicely handled to be got in. I think I was a good prompt subaltern, and I am very sure that Hans was an excellent pilot, for we went about and dodged in, shaving the banks with a certainty and a neatness that were a pleasure to behold. Scarcely had we passed the heads before the land closed round us. The shores of the North Inlet were as thickly wooded as those of the southern anchorage, but the space was longer and narrower and more like what in truth it was, an estuary of a river. Right before us, at the southern end, we saw the wreck of a ship in the last stages of dilapidation. It had been a great vessel of 3 masts, but had lain so long exposed to the injuries of the weather that it was hung about with great webs of dripping seaweed, and on the deck of it shore bushes had taken root and now flourished thick with flowers. It was a sad sight, but it showed us that the anchorage was calm. "Now," said Hans, "look there. There's a pet bit for to beach a ship in. Fine flat sand, never a cat's paw. Trees all around it, and flowers a blooming like a garden on that old ship." "And once beached," I inquired, "how shall we get her off again?" "I so," he replied. "You take a line ashore there on the other side, at low water. Take a turn about one of them big pines. Bring it back. Take a turn around the capstan, and lie to for the tide. Come high water, all hands take a pull of the line, and off she comes as sweet as nectar. And now, boy, you stand by. We're near the bit now, and she's too much way on her. Starboard a little. So steady. Starboard. Larboard a little. Steady. Steady." So he issued the commands, which I breathlessly obeyed, till, all of a sudden, he cried, "Now, my hearty luff," and I put the helm hard up, and the Hispaniola swung round rapidly and ran stem on for the low, wooded shore. The excitement of these last maneuvers had somewhat interfered with the watch I had kept hitherto, sharply enough, upon the coxswain. Even then I was still so much interested, waiting for the ship to touch, that I had quite forgot the peril that hung over my head, and stood craning over the starboard bulwarks and watching the ripples spreading before the bows. I might have fallen without a struggle for my life, had not sudden disquietude seized upon me and made me turn my head. Perhaps I had heard a creak or seen his shadow moving with the tail of my eye. Perhaps it was an instinct like a cat's. But, sure enough, when I looked round, there was Hans, already halfway towards me, with the dirk in his hand. We must both have cried out aloud when our eyes met. But while mine was the shrill cry of terror, his was a roar full of fury like a charging bully's. At the same instant, he threw himself forward, and I leapt sideways toward the bows. As I did so, I let go of the tiller, which sprang sharp to leeward, and I think this saved my life, for it struck Hans across the chest and stopped him, for the moment, dead. Before he could recover, I was safe out of the corner where he had me trapped. With all the deck to dodge about, just forward of the main mast, I stopped, drew a pistol from my pocket, took cool aim, though he had already turned and was once more coming directly after me, and drew the trigger. The hammer fell, but there followed neither flash nor sound. The priming was useless with sea water. I cursed myself for my neglect. Why had not I, long before, reprimed and reloaded my only weapons? Then I should not have been, as now, a mere fleeing sheep before this butcher. Wounded as he was, It was wonderful how fast he could move, his grizzly hair tumbling over his face, and his face itself as red as a red ensign with his haste and fury. I had no time to try my other pistol, nor indeed much inclination, for I was sure it would be useless. One thing I saw plainly: I must not simply retreat before him, or he would speedily hold me boxed into the bows, as a moment since he had so nearly boxed me in the stern. Once so caught, and 9 or 10 inches of the blood-stained dirk would be my last experience on this side of eternity. I placed my palms against the mainmast, which was a goodish bigness, and waited, every nerve upon the stretch. Seeing that I meant to dodge, he also paused, and a moment or two passed in feints on his part and corresponding movements upon mine. It was such a game as I had played often at home about the rocks of Black Hill Cove, but never before, you may be sure, with such a wildly beating heart as now. Still, as I say, it was a boy's game, and I thought I could hold my own against an elderly seaman's with a wounded thigh. Indeed, my courage had begun to rise so high that I allowed myself a few darting thoughts on what would be the end of the affair, and while I saw certainly that I could spin it out for long, I saw no hope of any ultimate escape. Well, while things stood thus, suddenly a Hispaniola struck, staggered, ground for an instant in the sand, and then, swift as a blow, cantered over to the port side till the deck stood at an angle of 45 degrees. About a puncheon of water splashed into the scupper holes and lay, in a pool, between the deck and bulwark. We were both of us capsized in a second, and both of us rolled, almost together, in the scuppers, the dead redcap with his arms still spread out, tumbling stiffly after us. So near we were, indeed, that my head came against the coxswain's foot with a crack that made my teeth rattle. Blow and all, I was the first to foot again, for hands had got involved with the dead body. The sudden canting of the ship had made the deck no place for running on. I had to find some new way of escape, and that instant, for my foe was almost touching me. Quick as thought, I sprang into the mizzen shrouds, rattled up hand over hand, and did not draw breath till I was settled on the crosstrees. I had been saved by being prompt. The dirk had struck not a half-foot below me as I pursued my upward flight, and there stood Israel Hands with his mouth open and his face upturned mine, a perfect statue of surprise and disappointment. Now that I had a moment to myself, I had lost no time in changing the priming of my pistol, and then, having one ready for service, and make assurance doubly sure, I proceeded to draw the load of the other and recharge it afresh from the beginning. My new employment struck Hands all of a heap. He began to see the dice going against him, and after an obvious hesitation, he also hauled himself heavily into the shrouds, and with the dirk in his teeth, began to slowly and painfully to mount. It cost him no end of time and groans to haul his wounded leg behind him, and I had quietly finished my arrangement before he was much more than a third of the way up. Then, with a pistol in either hand, I addressed him. "One more step, Mr. Hands, and I'll blow your brains out. Dead men don't bite, you know," I added with a chuckle. He stopped instantly. I could see by the working of his face he was trying to think, and the process was slow and laborious that, in my newfound security, I laughed aloud. At last, with a swallow or two, he spoke, his face still wearing the same expression of extreme perplexity. In order to speak, he had to take the dagger from his mouth, but in all else he remained unmoved. "Jim," says he, "I reckon we are fouled, you and me. We'll have to sign articles. I'd have you but for that there lurch, but I don't have no luck. Not I, and I reckon I'll have to strike, which comes hard, you see, for a master mariner to ship yonker like you, Jim." I was drinking in his words and smiling away, as conceited as a cock upon the wall, when, in all a breath, back went his right hand over his shoulder, something sang like an arrow through the air. I felt a blow, and there a sharp pang, and there I was pinned by the shoulder to the mast. In the horrid pain and surprise of the moment, I scarce can say it was by my own volition, and I'm sure it was without a conscious aim. Both my pistols went off, and both escaped out of my hands. They did not fly alone. With a choked cry, the coxswain loosened his grasp upon the shrouds and plunged headfirst into the water. I read that faster than I would have liked. The illustrations are pretty cool. To think this is well over 100-year-old book. Like I can scarce believe it. Yet these illustrations are better than almost what most artists can do, you know? I mean, look, they could even do hands. Go figure. These are from the original. This one was a illustrated one, I think. But that's the original. Or at least I think. Like this entire book is from Gutenberg.org, and they have their entire website is nothing short of a library, like tens of thousands of public domain books. And, well, if it's public domain, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the original, or at least the way I have it. Hey, Asian, on over on Twitch. Good evening. Your stream. I was not expecting you to stream Dead by Daylight. I had fully expected you to stream Fall Guys. I'd say Miss Sensation, Meet Ballin, Meet Miss Sensation, but you guys are on different platforms. The two of you are probably are probably the biggest lurkers. How to say it? The people who watch me the most and actually enjoy my content more than most other people. I thank both of you, sincerely. I'll be streaming Minecraft tomorrow instead of Mario Maker. I can only take so much of Mario Maker before I start to get irritated at levels and just want to scream. So I'll be playing Minecraft tomorrow. I don't know whether I'll be on Horizons 2 or Horizons 1, but I will be on Minecraft tomorrow. Right, Ballin is on Twitch. Right, I forgot. Miss Sensation plays a lot of Fall Guys if you ever wanted to join her. She's not feeling so well this week, but she's coming off of it. She's in the stage of, I'm over it, but it's having the last laugh, and boy, is that last laugh kind of a doozy, you know? Oh, you follow her already? Hey, let's go. Right. I forgot. You and her share mutual acquaintances of Gozen and Boom. I forgot. And both of them promote Miss Sensation a lot, so it would be kind of natural that you would follow her. A small world. Alright. Let's continue. Again, I apologize for the crickets. I am sincerely sorry for the crickets. Chapter 27, Pieces of 8. Owing to the cant of the vessel, the masts hung far out over the water, and from my perch on the cross trees, I had nothing below me but the surface of the bay. Hans, who was not so far up, was in consequence nearer to the ship and fell between me and the bulwarks. He rose once to the surface in a lather of foam and blood, and then sank again for good. As the water settled, I could see him lying huddled together on the clean, bright sand in the shadow of the vessel's sides. A fish or two whipped past his body. Sometimes, by the quivering of the water, he appeared to move a little, as if he were trying to rise. But he was dead enough, for all that, being both shot and drowned, and was food for fish in the very place he had designed my slaughter. I was no sooner certain of this than I began to feel sick, faint, and terrified. The hot blood was running over my back and chest. The dirk, where I had pinned my shoulder to the mast, seemed to burn like hot iron. Yet it was not so much these real sufferings that distressed me, for these, it seemed to me, I could bear without a murmur. It was the horror I had upon my mind of falling from the cross trees into that still green water beside the body of the coxswain. I clung with both hands till my nails ached, and I shut my eyes as if to cover my peril. Gradually, my mind came back again. My pulses quieted down to a more natural time, and I was once more in possession of myself. It was my first thought to pluck forth the dirk, but either it stuck too hard or my nerve failed me, and I desisted with a violent shudder. Oddly enough, that very shudder did the business. The knife, in fact, had come the nearest in the world to missing me altogether. It held me by a mere pinch of skin, and this the shudder tore away. The blood ran down faster, to be sure, but I was my own master again, and only tacked to the mast by my coat and shirt. These last I broke through with a sudden jerk, and then regained the deck by the starboard shrouds. For nothing in the world would I have again ventured, shaken as I was, upon the overhanging port shrouds from which Israel had so lately fallen. I went below and did what I could for my wound. It pained me a good deal and still bled freely, but it was neither deep nor dangerous, nor did it greatly gall me when I used my arm. Then I looked round me. As the ship was now, in a sense, my own, I began to think of clearing it its last passenger, the dead man O'Brien. He had pitched, as I have said, against the bulwarks, where he lay like some horrible, ungainly sort of puppet, life-sized, indeed, but how different from life's color or life's comeliness. In that position, I could easily have my way with him, and as the habit of tragical adventures had worn off almost all my terror for the dead, I took him by the waist as if he had been a sack of bran, and with one good heave tumbled him overboard. He went in with a sounding plunge. The red cap came off and remained floating on the surface, and as soon as the splash subsided, I could see him and Israel lying side by side, both wavering with tremulous movements of the water. O'Brien, though still quite a young man, was very bald. There he lay, with that bald head across the knees of the man who had killed him, and the quick fishes steering to and fro over both. I was now alone upon the ship. tide had just turned. The sun was within so few degrees of setting that already the shadow of the pines upon the western shore began to reach right across the anchorage and fall in patterns on the deck. The evening breeze had sprung up, and though it was well warded off by the hill with the two peaks upon the east, the cordage had begun to sing a little softly to itself, and the idle sails to rattle to and fro. I began to see a danger to the ship. The jibs I speedily doused and brought tumbling to the deck, but the mainsail was a harder matter. Of course, when the schooner cantered over, the boom had swung outboard, and the cap of it and a foot or two of sail hung even under water. I thought this made it still more dangerous, yet the strain was so heavy that I half feared to meddle, unless I got my knife and cut the halyards. The peak dropped instantly. A great belly of loose canvas floated broad upon the water, and since, pull as I liked, I could not budge the downhaul, that was the extent of what I could accomplish. For the rest, the Hispaniola must trust to luck, like myself. By this time, the whole anchorage had fallen into shadow. The last rays, I remember, falling through a glade of the wood and shining bright as jewels on the flowery mantle of the wreck. It began to be chill. The tide was rapidly fleeting seaward, the schooner settling more and more on her beam ends. I scrambled forward and looked over. It seemed shallow enough, and holding the cut hawser in both hands for a last security, I let myself drop softly overboard. The water scarcely reached my waist. The sand was firm and covered with rippled marks, and I waded ashore in great spirits, leaving the Hispaniola on her side, with her mainsail trailing wide upon the surface of the bay. About the same time, the sun went fairly down, and the breeze whistled low in the dusk among the tossing pines. At last, I was off the sea, nor had I returned thence empty-handed. There lay the schooner, clean at last from buccaneers, and ready for our own men to board and get to sea again. I had nothing nearer my fancy than to get home to the stockade and boast my achievements. Possibly, I might be blamed a bit for my truantry, but the recapture of the Hispaniola was a clenching answer. I hoped that even Captain Smollett would confess I had not lost my time. So thinking in my famous spirits, I began to set my face homeward for the blockhouse of my companions. I remembered that most easterly of rivers which drain into Captain Kidd's anchorage ran from the two-peaked hill on my left, and I bent my course in that direction, that I might pass the stream while it was small. The wood was pretty open, and keeping along the lower spurs, I had soon turned the corner of that hill, and not long after waded into the mid-calf across the watercourse. This brought me to where I had encountered Ben Gunn, the maroon, and I walked more circumspectly, keeping an eye on every side. The dusk had come nigh hand completely, and I opened out the cleft between the two peaks. I became aware of a wavering glow against the sky, where, as I judged, the man of the island was cooking his supper before a roaring fire. And yet I wondered in my heart that he should show himself so careless. For if I could see this radiance, might it not reach the eyes of Silver himself, where he camped upon the shore among the marshes? Gradually, the night fell blacker. It was all I could do to guide myself even roughly towards my destination. The double hill behind me and the spyglass on my right hand loomed faint and fainter. The stars were few and pale, and in the low ground where I wandered, I kept tripping among the bushes and rolling into sandy spits. Suddenly, a kind of brightness fell about me. I looked up, and a pale glimmer of moonbeams had alighted on the summit of the spyglass. And soon after I saw something broad and silvery moving low down behind the trees, and knew the moon had risen. With this to help me, I passed rapidly over what remained to me of my journey, and sometimes walking, sometimes running, impatiently drew near to the stockade. Yet, as I began to thread the grove that lies before it, I was not so thoughtless, but that I slacked my pace and went a trifle warily. It would have been a poor end of my adventures to get shot down by my own party in mistake. The moon was climbing higher and higher. Its light began to fall here and there in masses, though more open districts of wood, and right in front of me was a glow of a different color appeared among the trees. It was red and hot, and now and again it was a little darkened, as it were the embers of a bonfire smoldering. For the life of me, I could not think of what it might be. At last I came right down upon the borders of a clearing. The western end was already steeped in moonshine. The rest, and the blockhouse itself, still lay in a black shadow, checkered with long silvery streaks of light. On the other side of the house was an immense fire had burned itself into the clear embers, and a shed and steady red reverberation contrasted strongly with the mellow paleness of the moon. There was not a soul stirring, nor a sound beside the noises of the breeze. I stopped, with much wonder in my heart, and perhaps a little terror too. It had not been our way to build great fires. We were indeed, by the captain's orders, somewhat niggardly of firewood, and I began to fear that something had gone wrong while I was absent. I stole round by the eastern end, keeping close in on a shadow and a convenient place where the darkest was thickest, across the palisade. To make assurance surer, I got on my hands and knees and crawled, without a sound, towards the corner of the house. As I drew nearer, my heart was suddenly and greatly lightened. It was not a pleasant noise in itself, and I have not often complained of it at other times. But just then it was like music to hear my friends snoring together so loud and peacefully in their sleep, the sea cry of the watch, that beautiful "all's well," never fell more reassuringly on my ear. In the meantime, there was no doubt of one thing. They kept an infamous bad watch. If it had been Silver and his lads that were now creeping in on them, not a soul would have seen daybreak. That was what it was, thought I, to have the captain wounded, and again I blamed myself sharply for leaving them in that danger, with so few to mount guard. By this time I had got to the door and stood up. All was dark within, so that I could distinguish nothing by the eye. As for the sounds, there was the steady drone of the snores and the small occasional noise, of flickering or pecking, that I could in no way account for. With my arms before me, I walked steadily in. I should lie down in my own place, I thought with a silent chuckle, and enjoy their faces when they found me in the morning. My foot struck something yielding. It was the sleeper's leg, and he turned and groaned, but without awaking. All of a sudden, a shrill broke forth out of the darkness. "Pieces of eight, pieces of eight, pieces of eight, pieces of eight, Pieces of 8, and so forth, without pause or change, like the clacking of a tiny mill. I need to restate that. And then, all of a sudden, a shrill voice broke forth out of the darkness. Pieces of 8, 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 and so forth, without pause or change, like the clacking of a tiny mill. Silver's green parrot, clapped in flint, it was she whom I heard pecking at a piece of bark. It was she, keeping better watch than any human being, and thus announced my arrival with her wariness refrain. I had no time left me to recover. At the sharp, clipping tone of the parrot, the sleepers awoke and sprang up, and with a mighty oath, the voice of Silver cried, "Who goes?" I turned to run, struck violently against one person, recoiled, and ran full into the arms of a second, who, for his part, closed upon and held me tight. "Bring a torch, Dick," said Silver, when my capture was thus assured. And one of the men left the log house and presently returned with a lighted brand. And that ends part 5. Well, I actually wasn't expecting, I was half expecting them to use that word. Did not actually expect to see it, if that makes sense. Although, I think they meant that word to mean cowardly, if that makes sense. Let me just re-glance at what it was. If I could ever find it. I'm almost certain it means cowardly in this context. Yeah. Oh no, not cowardly. What was it? Sparse, like lacking. I want to say. I'm reading it again, and I'm pretty sure it's like lacking or something like that. Yeah, I had to do the parrot again. I'm almost certain that it used the word in a term of lacking, because throughout that entire passage, when they were gathering the firewood from before, it's like they didn't have much, so they had to get out more, and they had to go more, and they had to go more. So I'm almost certain it was like lacking or something like that. I might have to relook and examine in things. And it's not an insult. It just caught me off guard. Strange how it's different times, a difference, or 1 century, a single word can change, you know? Go figure. That's another thing. This book is using a language that I'm having a little hard or a little difficulty trying to repeat. This is the last chapter. Or last part, not the last chapter. It's midnight already. I believe this part has 7 chapters, I want to say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 chapters. Alright. Part 6. Captain Silver. Chapter 28. In the enemy's camp. The red glare of the torch, Lighting up the interior of the blockhouse showed me the worst of my apprehensions realized. The pirates were in possession of the house and stores, and there were casks of cognac. There were the pork and bread as before, and what tenfold increased my horror, not a sign of any prisoner. I could only judge that all had been perished, and my heart smote me sorely that I had not been there to perish with them. There were 6 buccaneers, all told. Not a man was left alive. 5 of them were on their feet, flushed and swollen, suddenly called out of the first sleep of drunkenness. The 6th had only risen upon his elbow. He was deadly pale, and the blood-stained bandage round his head told that he had recently been wounded, and still more recently dressed. I remember the man who had been shot and run back among the woods in the great attack, and doubted not that this was he. The parrot sat, preening her plumage on Long John's shoulder. He himself, I thought, looked somewhat paler and more stern than I was used to. He still wore the fine broadcloth suit in which he had fulfilled his mission, but it was bitterly the worse for wear, daubed with clay and torn with the sharp briars of the wood. "So," said he, "here's Jim Hawkins, shiver me timbers, dropped in, like, eh? Well, come, I take that friendly." And thereupon he sat down across the brandy cask and began to fill a pipe. "Give me a loan of the link, Dick," said he, and then, when he had a good light, "That'll do, lad," he added. Stick the glim in with the wood heap, and you, gentlemen, bring yourselves to. You needn't stand up for Mr. Hawkins. He'll excuse you. You may lay to that. And so, Jim," stopping the tobacco, "here you were, and I'm quite pleasant surprised for poor old John. I see you were smart when first I set my eyes on you, but this here gets away from me clean, it do." To all this, as may well be supposed, I made no answer. They had set me with my back against the wall, and I stood there looking Silver in the face, pluckily enough, I hope, to all outward appearance, but with black despair in my heart. Silver took a whiff or two of his pipe with great composure and then ran on again. "Now you see, Jim, so be as you are here," says he, "I give you a piece of my mind. I've always liked you, I have, for a lad of spirit, and the picter of my own self when I was young and handsome. I always wanted you to join and take your share and die a gentleman, and now, my cock, you've got to. Captain Smollett's a fine seaman, and I'll own up to, as I'll own up to any day, stiff on discipline. Duty is duty, says he, and right he is. Just you keep clear of the captain. The doctor himself is gone, dead again. You, ungrievous scamp, was all he said. And the short and the long of the whole story is about here. You can't go back to your own lot, for they won't have you. And without you, start a third ship's company all by yourself, which might be lonely. You'll have to join with Captain Silver." So far, so good. My friends, then, were still alive, and though I partly believed the truth of Silver's statement, that the captain party were incensed at me for my desertion, I was more relieved than distressed by what I heard. "I don't say nothing as to you being in our hands," continued Sailor. There you are, and you may lay to it. I'm all for agreement. I never seen good come out of threatening. If you like the service, well, you join. And if you don't, Jim, well, you're free to answer no. Free and welcome, shipmate. And fair can be said by mortal seamen. Shiver my sides. Keeping in mind, narrators know, keeping in mind, this is the same guy who, when he had an argument with one of the true seamen not a few days prior, the guy threw a giant tree branch at his back, shattered his back, and then stabbed him in the back like 3 times just because he said no. And Jim Hawkins bore witness to this. Continuing. Am I to answer then? I asked with a very tremulous voice, though through all the sneering talk I was made to feel the threat of death that overhung me, and my cheeks burned and my heart beat painfully in my breast. Lad, said Silver, no one's a pressing of you. Take your bearings. None of us won't hurry you, mate. Time goes so pleasant in your company, you see. Well, says I, growing a bit bolder, if I'm to choose, I declare I have a right to know what's what, and why you're here, and where my friends are. What's what? Repeated one of the buccaneers in a deep growl. Ha! He'd be a lucky one as knowed that. You'll perhaps batten down your hatches till you're spoken to, my friend, cried Silver truculently to the speaker. And then, in his first gracious tones, he replied to me, Yesterday morning, Mr. Hawkins, in the dog watch, came down Dr. Livesey with a flag of truce. Says he, Captain Silver, you're sold out. Ship's gone. Well, maybe we'd taken a glass and song to help it round. I won't say no. Leastways, none of us had looked out. We looked out, by thunder. The old ship was gone. I'd never seen a pack of fools look fishier, and you may lay to that if I tells you that looked the fishiest. Well, said the doctor, let's bargain. And we bargained, him and I. And here we are, stores, brandy, blockhouse, the firewood. You was thoughtful enough to cut, in a manner of speaking, the whole blessed boat, from cross trees to Stevenson. As for them, they've tramped. I don't know where's they are. He drew again quietly out of his pipe. Unless you should take it into that head of yours, he went on, that you was inclined in that treaty. Here's the last word that was said. How many are ye, says I, to leave? 4, he says. 4, and one of us wounded. As for that boy, I don't know where he is, confound him. Nor do I much care. We're about sick of him. These were his words. Is that all? I asked. Yeah. It's all that you're to hear, my son, returned Silver. And now am I to choose? And now you are to choose, and you may lay to that, said Silver. Well, said I am not such a fool, but I know pretty well what I have to look for. Let the worst come to the worst. It's little I care. I've seen too many die since I fell in with you. But there's a thing or two I have to tell you, I said, and by this time I was quite excited. And the first is this. Here you are, in a bad way. Ship lost, treasure lost, men lost,
Your whole business gone to wreck. And if you want to know who did it, it was I. I was in the opera barrel the night we sighted land. And I heard you, John, and you, Dick Johnson, and Hans, who is now at the bottom of the sea, and told every word you said before the hour was out. And for the schooner, it was I who cut her cable. And it was I that killed the men you had aboard of her. And it was I who brought her where you'll never see her more. Not one of you laughs on my side. I've had the top of this business from the first. I no more fear you than I fear a fly. Kill me, if you please, or spare me. But one thing I'll say, and no more. If you spare me, bygones are bygones. And when you fellows are in the court for piracy, I'll save you all I can. It is for you to choose. Kill another and do yourselves no good, or spare me and keep a witness to save you from the gallows. I stopped, for I tell you I was out of breath. And to my wonder, not a man of them moved, but all sat staring at me as many sheep. And while they were still staring, I broke out again. And now, Mr. Silver, I said, I believe you're the best man here, and if things go to the worst, I'll take it kind of you to let the doctor know the way I took. I'll bear it in mind, said Silver with an accent so curious that I could not, for the life of me, decide whether he was laughing at my request or had been favorably affected by my courage. I'll put one to that, cried the old mahogany-faced seaman, Morgan by name, whom I'd seen in Long John's public house upon the quays of Bristol. It was him that no black dog. Well, and see here, added the sea cook, I'll put another again to that. By thunder! For it was this same boy that faked the chart from Billy Bones. First and last, we've split upon Jim Hawkins. Then here goes, said Morgan with an oath. And he sprang up, drawing his knife as if he had been 20. Avast there, cried Silver. Who are you, Tom Morgan? Maybe you thought you was Captain here? Perhaps. By the powers, I'll teach you the better. Cross me and you'll go to where many a good man's gone before you, first and last, these 30 years back. Some to the yardarm, shiver me timbers, and some by the board, and all to feed the fishies. There's never a man looked between the eyes and seen a good day afterwards. Tom Morgan, you may lay to that. Morgan paused, but a hoarse murmur rose from the others. Tom's right, said one. I stood hazing long enough for one, added another. I'll be hanged if I be hazed by you, John Silver. Did any of you gentlemen want to have it out with me? Roared Silver, bending far forward from his position on the keg, with his pipe still glowing in his right hand. Put a name on what you're at. You ain't dumb, I reckon. Him that wants shall get it. I have lived this many years, and a son of run punch and cock, his hat athwart with my horse at the latter end of it. You know the way. You're all gentlemen of fortune. Your account, by your account. Well, I'm ready. Take a cutlass, you nut dares. I'll see the color of his inside, crutch and all, before that pipe's empty. Not a man stirred. Not a man answered. That's your soot, is it? He added, returning his pipe to his mouth.
You're a gay lot to look at anyway. Not much worth the fight, you ain't. Perhaps you can understand King George's English. I'm captain here by election. I'm captain here because I'm the best by a long sea mile. You'll fight as gentlemen of fortune should. Then by thunder you'll obey. And you may lay to it. I like that boy now. I never seen a better boy than that. He's more of a man than any pair of rats of you in this here house. And what I say is this. Let me see him with that lay a hand on him. That's what I say. And you may lay to it. There was a long pause after this. I stood straight up against the wall, my heart still going like a sledgehammer, but with a ray of hope now shining in my bosom. Silver leant back against the wall, his arms crossed, pipe in the corner of his mouth, as calm as though he had been in church, yet his eye kept wandering furtively, and he kept the tail of it on his unruly followers. They, on their part, drew gradually together towards the far end of the blockhouse, and the low hiss of their whispering sounded in my ear continuously, like a stream. One after another they would look up, and the red light of the torch would fall for a sec on their nervous faces. But it was not towards me. It was towards Silver that they turned their eyes. You seem to have a lot to say, remarked Silver, spitting far into the air. Pipe up and let me hear it, or lay to. Ax your pardon, sir, returned one of the men. You're pretty free with some of the rules. Maybe you'll kindly keep an eye upon the rest. This crew's dissatisfied. This crew don't valley bullying a marlin spike. This crew has its rights like other crews, so I'll make free it's that. And by your own rules, I take it we can talk together. I ask your pardon, sir, acknowledging for you to be captain at this present, but I claim my right, and steps outside for a council. With an elaborate sea salute, this fellow, a long, ill-looking yellow man of 35, stepped coolly towards the door and disappeared out of the house. One after another, the rest followed his example, each making a salute as he passed, and each adding some apology. According to rules, said one. Forecastle council, said Morgan. And so, with one remark or another, all marched out, and left Silver and me alone with the torch. The sea cook instantly removed his pike. Now you look here, Jim Hawkins, he said in a steady whisper that was no more than audible. You're within half a plank of death. And what's a long sight worse of torture? They're gonna throw me off. But you mark, I stand by you through thick and thin. I didn't mean to. No, not till you spoke up. I was about desperate to lose that much blunt and be hanged into the bargain. But I see you was the right sort, I says to myself. You stand by Hawkins, John, and Hawkins'll stand by you. You're his last guard, and by living thunder, John, he's yours. Back to back, says I. You save your witness, and he'll save your neck. I began to dimly understand. You mean all's lost? By gum, I do. Ship's gone, neck gone. That's the size of it. Once I looked into that bay, Jim Hawkins, and see no schooner. Well, I'm tough, but I gave out. As for that lot in their council, mark me, they're outright fools and cowards. I'll save your life, if so be I can, from them. But see here, Jim, tit for tat. You save Long John from swinging. I was bewildered.
It seemed a thing so hopeless he was asking. He, the old buccaneer, the ringleader throughout. What I do, that I, what I can do, or what I can do, that I'll do. It's a bargain, cried Long John. Speak up, Plucky, and by thunder, I have a chance. He lobbled to the torch, where it stood and propped among the firewood, and took a fresh light to his pipe. Understand me, Jim, he said, returning. I've a head on my shoulders, I have. I'm on Squire's side now. I know you've got that ship safe somewheres. How you done it, I don't know. But safe it is. I guess Hans and Brian turned soft. I never much believed in neither of them. Now, you mark me. I ask no questions, nor I won't let others. I know when a game's up, I do. I know a lad that's staunch, you that's young. You and me might have done a power of good together. He drew some cognac from a cask into the tin cannikin. Will you taste? Will you taste, messmate? When I had refused, oh, I'll take a dram myself, Jim, said he. I need a caulker, and for the troubles on hand. And talking of trouble, why did that doctor give me the chart? Why did that doctor give me the chart, Jim? My face expressed a wonder so unaffected that he saw the needlessness of further questions. Well, he did, though. And there's something under that, no doubt. Something surely under that, Jim. Bad or good. And he took another swallow of brandy, shaking his great fair head like a man who looks forward to the worst. There's not something I was expecting, that's for sure. I absolutely was not expecting any of that. But then again, pirates turn on themselves, don't they? Chapter 29. The Black Spot Again. The council of buccaneers had lasted some time, when one of them re-entered the house, and with a repetition of the same salute, which had in my eyes an ironical air, begged for a moment's loan of the torch. Silver briefly agreed, and this emissary retired again, leaving us together in the dark. Is a breeze coming, Jim? Said Silver, who had by this time adopted quite a friendly and familiar tone. I turned to the loophole nearest me and looked out. The embers of the great fire had so far burned themselves out, and now glowed so low and duskily, that I understood why these conspirators desired a torch. About halfway down the slope to the stockade, they were collected in a group. One held the light. Another was on his knees in their midst, and I saw a blade of an open knife shine in his hand with varying colors in the moonlight. The rest were all somewhat stooping, as though watching their maneuvers of the last. I could just make out that he had a book as well as a knife in his hand, and was still wondering how anything so incongruous had come into their possession, when the kneeling figure rose once more to his feet, and the whole party began to move towards the house. Here they come, said I, and I returned to my former position, for it seemed beneath my dignity that they should find me watching them. Well, let him come, lad. Let him come, said Silver cheerily. I've still a shot at my locker. The door opened, and the 5 men, standing huddled together just inside, pushed one of their number forward. In any other circumstance, it would have been comical to see his slow advance, hesitating as he sat down each foot, but holding his closed right hand in front of him. "Step up, lad," cried Silver. "I won't eat you. Hand it over, lad. Hand it over, lover. I know the rules, I do. I won't hurt a dip action." Thus encouraged, the buccaneer stepped forward more briskly, and having passed something to Silver from hand to hand, slipped yet more smartly back again to his companions. The sea cook looked at what had given him. "Black spot. I thought so," he observed. "Where might you have got the paper?" "Why, no. Look here now. This ain't lucky. You've gone and cut this out of a Bible. What fool's cut a Bible?" "Ah, there," said Morgan. "There, what did I say? No good'll come of that, I said." "You've about fixed it now among you. You all swing now, I reckon. What soft-headed lover had a Bible?" "It was Dick." "Dick, was it? Then Dick can get to prayers. He's seen his slice of luck, has Dick, and you may lay to that." But here the long man with the yellow eyes struck in. "Belay that talk, John Silver," he said. "The screw has tipped you the black spot in full council. As duty bound, you just turn it over. As in duty bound, we'll see what's wrote there. Then you can talk." "Thanks, George," replied the sea cook. "He was always brisk for business, and has the rules by heart, George, I'm pleased to see. What is it, anyway? Ah, deposed. That's it, is it? Very pretty wrote, to be sure, like print. I swear, your hand all right, George? Why, he was getting quite a leading man in this here crew. You'll be captain next, I shouldn't wonder. Just oblige me with that torch again, will you? This pipe don't draw." "Come now," said George. "You don't fool this crew no more. You're a funny man, by your account, but you're over now. Maybe you'll step down off that barrel and help vote." "I thought you said you know the rules," returned Silver contemptuously. "Leastways, if you don't, I do. I wait here, and I'm still your captain, mind, till you outs with your grievances and I apply. In the meantime, your black spot ain't worth a biscuit. After that, we'll see." "Oh," replied George, "you don't be under no kind of apprehension. We're all square. We are. First, you've made this hash of a cruise. You're a bold man to say no to that. Second, you let the enemy out of this here trap for nothing. What did they want? Why did they want out? I don't know. It's pretty plain they wanted it. Third, you wouldn't let us go at 'em upon the march. Oh, we see through. Oh, we see through you, John Silver. You want to play booty. That's what's wrong with you. And fourth, there's this here boy." "Is that all?" asked Silverquay. "Enough, too," retorted George. "We'll all swing and sun-dry for your bungling." Look here. I'll answer these 4 pints, one after another. I'll answer 'em. I made a hash of this cruise, did I? Now, you all know what I wanted. And you all know if that had been done, we'd been all aboard the Hispaniola this night as ever was, every man of us alive and fit and full of good plum duff, and the treasures in the hold of her, by thunder. Well, who crossed me? Who forced my hand, as was the lawful captain? Who tipped me the black spot the day we landed and began this dance? It's a fine dance, and I'm here with you there, and looks mighty
Like a hornpipe and a rope's end at execution dock by London town, it does. But who's done it? Why, it was Anderson and Haynes and you, Judge Mary. You're the last above board of that same meddling crew. And you have Davy Jones's insolence to stand up and stand for captain over me. You that sank the lot of us. By the powers, but this tops the stiffest yarn to nothing. Silver paused, and I could see by the faces of George and his late comrades that these words had not been in vain. That's for number one, cried the accused, wiping the sweat from his brow, for he had been talking with a vehemence that shook the house. I give you my word, I'm sick to speak with you. You've neither sense nor memory, and I leave it to fancy where your mother's was that let you come to see. See, gentlemen of fortune, I reckon tailors is your trade. Go on, John, said Morgan. Speak to the others. The others, returned John. They're a nice lot, aren't they? You say this cruise is bungled. If you can understand how bad it's bungled, you'd see. We're near that gibbet. That's my next stiff with thinking on it. You've seen 'em, maybe, hanged in chains, birds about 'em, seamen pinting him out as they go down with their tide. Who's that? Says one. That? Why, that's John Silver. I knowed him well, says another. You can hear the chains all a-jangle as you go and reach for the other buoy. Now, that's about where we are. Every mother's son of us, thanks to him, and Hans, and Anderson, and that other ruination fools of you. Do you want to know about number 4? And that boy, why, should meet Tilburst. Isn't he a hostage? Are we a-going to waste a hostage? No, not us. He might be our last chance, I shouldn't wonder. Kill that boy? Not me, mates. And number 3? Well, there's a deal to say to number 3. Maybe you don't count it nothing to have a real college doctor to see every day, you, John, with your head broke. Or you, Judge Mary, that had the ague shakes upon you not 6 hours agone. And has your eyes the color of lemon peel to this moment on the dock? And maybe, perhaps, you don't know there is a concert coming either. But there is. And not so long till then, and we'll see who'll be glad to have a hostage when it comes to that. And as for number 2, and why I made a bargain, yeah, you came crawling on your knees to me to make it, and on your knees you came. You was that downhearted, and you'd have starved too if I hadn't. But that's a trifle. You look there, that's why. And he cast down upon the floor a paper that I instantly recognized. None other than the chart on the yellow paper, with the 3 red crosses that I had found in oilcloth on the bottom of the captain's chest. Why the doctor had given it to him was more than I could fancy. But if it was inexplicable to me, the appearance of the chart was incredible to the surviving mutineers. They leapt upon it like cats upon a mouse. It went from hand to hand, one tearing it from another, and by the oaths and cries and the childish laughter which they accompanied their examination, you would have thought not only were they fingering the very gold, but were at sea with it, besides in safety. Yes, said one, that's flint, sure enough, JF and a score below, with a glove hitch so he's done ever. Mighty pretty, said George, but how are we to get away with it? And us no ship. Silver suddenly sprang up, and supporting himself with a hand against the wall. Now I give you a warning, George, he cried.
I'm more worried of your sauce, and I'll come down and fight you. Oh? Why, how do I know? You had ought to tell me that. You and the rest that lost me my schooner. With your interference, burn you. But not you. You can't. You ain't got the intervention of a cockroach. But civil you can speak. And shall George marry, you may lay to that. That's fair enough, now, said old man Morgan. Fair? I reckon so, said the sea cook. You lost the ship. I found the treasure. Who's the better man at that? And now I resign, by thunder. Elect whom you please to be your captain. I'm done with it. Silver, they cried. Barbecue forever! Barbecue for captain! So that's the tune, isn't it? Cried the cook. George, I reckon you'll have to wait another turn, friend. And lucky for you, I'm not a revengeful man. But that was never my way. And now, shipmates, this black spot, t'ain't much good now, is it? Dick's crossed his luck and spoiled his Bible, and that's about all. It'd do to kiss the book. It'll do to kiss the book on still, won't it? Growled Dirk, who was evidently uneasy at the curse he had brought upon himself. A Bible with a bit cut out, returned Dirk derisively. Not it. It don't bind no more than ballad book. Don't it, though? Cried Dick with a sort of joy. Well, I reckon that's worth having, too. Yeah, Jim. Here's a curiosity for you. And he tossed me the paper. It was about the size of a crown. It was about the size of a crown piece. One side was blank, for it had been the last leaf, and the other contained a verse or two of Revelation. These words, among the rest, which struck sharply home upon my mind. Without are dogs and murderers. The printed side had been blackened with wood ash, which had already began to come off and soil my fingers. On the blank side had been written with the same material the one word, deposed. I have that curiosity beside me at this moment, but not a trace of writing now remains beyond a single scratch, such as a man might make with his thumbnail. That was the end of the night's business. Soon after, with a drink all around, we lay to sleep, and outside of Silver's vengeance was put George Mary up for sentinel, and threatened him with death if he should prove unfaithful. It was long ere I could close my eyes, and heaven knows I had matter enough for thought in the man whom I had slain that afternoon, in my most perilous position, and above all, in the remarkable game I saw Silver now engaged upon, keeping the mutineers together with one hand, and grasping with the other after every means, possible and impossible, to make his peace and save his miserable life. He himself slept peacefully and snored aloud, yet my heart was sore for him, wicked as he was, to think upon the dark perils that environed and the shameful gibbet that awaited him. And that ends chapter 29. Silver actually reminds me of, like, every single politician I've ever known to exist. Hilarious. Oh, Shall we continue? Again, sorry for the crickets. Chapter 30. On Parole. I was wakened, indeed. We were all wakened, for I could even see the sentinel shake himself together from where he had fallen against the doorpost by a clear, hearty voice hailing us from the margin of wood. "Blockhouse, ahoy!" it cried. "Here's the doctor." And the doctor it was, although I was glad to hear the sound. Yet my gladness was not without admixture. I remembered with confusion my insubordinate and stealthy conduct, and when I saw where it had brought me, among what companions, surrounded by what dangers, I felt ashamed to look him in the face. He must have risen in the dark, for the day had hardly come, and when I ran to the loophole and looked out, I saw him standing, like Silver once before, up to the mid-leg in creeping vapor. "You, doctor, top of the morning to you, sir," cried Silver, broad awake and beaming with good nature in a moment. "Bright and early, to be sure. And it's the early bird, as the saying goes, that gets thrashings. George, shake up your timbers, son, and help Dr. Livesey over the ship's side. All a-doing well, your patience was. All well and merry." So he pattered on, standing on the hilltop with his crutch under his elbow and one hand upon the side of the log-house, quite in the old John of voice, manner, and expression. "We've quite a surprise for you, too," he continued. "A little stranger here. A new boarder and a lodger, sir, and looking fit and taut as a fiddle. Slept like a supercargo. He did right alongside of John, stem to stem, and we was all night." Dr. Livesey was by this time across the stockade and pretty near the cook, and I could hear the alteration in his voice, and said, "Not Jim." "The very same Jim as ever was." The doctor stopped outright, although he did not speak, and it was some seconds before he seemed to be able to move on. "Well, well," he said at last. "Duty first and pleasure afterwards. As you might have said yourself, Silver, let us overhaul these patients of yours." A moment afterwards he had entered the blockhouse with one grim nod and proceeded with his work among the sick. He seemed under no apprehension, though he must known that his life among these treacherous demons depended on a hair, and he rattled up to his patients as if he were paying an ordinary professional visit in a quiet English family. His manner, I suppose, reacted on the men, for they behaved to him as if nothing had occurred, as if he were still ship's doctor, and they the still faithful hands before the mast. "You're doing well, my friend," he said to the fellow with the bandaged head. And if ever any person ever had a close shave, it was you. Your head must be as hard as iron. Oh, George, how goes it? You're a pretty color, certainly. Why, your liver, man, is upside down. Did you take that medicine?" "Did you take that medicine, man?" Aye, sir. He took it, sure enough. Because you see, since I am the mutineer's doctor, or prison doctor, as I prefer to call it, as says Dr. Livesey in his pleasant way, I make it a point of honor not to lose a man for King George, God bless him, and the gallows." The rogues looked at each other, but swallowed the home thrust in silence. "Dick don't feel well, sir," said one. "Don't he?" replied the doctor. "Well, step up here, Dick, and let me see your tongue." "No, I should be surprised if he did. The man's tongue is fit to frighten the French. Another fever. Ah, there. said Morgan. That common spilling of the Bibles. That comes, as you call it, of being arrant asses, retorted the doctor, not having sense enough to know an honest air from poison, and from dry land from a vile, pestiferous slough. I think it most probable, though, of course, it's only an opinion, that you'll all have the deuce to pay before you get that malaria out of your systems. Camp in a bog, would you? Silver, I'm surprised at you. You're less of a fool than many, take all round, but you don't appear to me to have the rudiments of a notion of rules of health. Yeah, well, he added, after he had dozed them round and they had taken his prescriptions with really laughable humility, more like charity school children than blood-guilty mutineers and pirates. Well, that's done for today, and now I should wish to have a talk with that boy, please. And he nodded his head in my direction carelessly. George Mary was at the door, spitting and sputtering over some bad-tasted medicine. But at the first word of the doctor's proposal, he swung round with a deep flush and cried, "No!" and swore. Silver struck the barrel with his open hand. "Silence!" he roared, and looked about him positively like a lion. "Doctor," he went on in his usual tones, "I was a-thinking of that, knowing as how you had a fancy for the boy. We're all humbly grateful for your kindness. And as you see, puts faith in you and takes the drugs down like that much grog. And I take it I found a way as suits Hawkins. Will you give me your word of honor as a young gentleman, for a young gentleman you are, although poor born, your word of honor not to slip your cable?" I readily gave the pledge required. "Then, doctor, you just step outside that stockade, and once you're there, I'll bring the boy down on the inside. I reckon you can yarn through the spars. Good day to you, sir, and all our duties to Squire and Captain Smollett." The explosion of disapproval, which nothing by Silver's black looks had restrained, broke out immediately. The doctor had left the house. Silver was roundly accused of playing double, trying to make a separate peace for himself, of sacrificing the interests of his accomplices and victims, and in one word, of the identical, exact thing he was doing. It seemed to me so obvious in this case that I could not imagine how he was to turn their anger, but he was twice the man the rest were. His last night's victory had given him a huge preponderance on their minds. He called them all fools and dolts, you can imagine, and it was necessary I should talk to the doctor, flooded the chart in their faces, asked them if they could afford to break the treaty the very day they were bound treasure hunting. "No, by thunder," he cried. "It's us must break the treaty when the time comes. Until then, I gammon that doctor if I have to idle his boots with brandy." And then he bade them get the fire lit, and stalked out upon his crutch, with his hand on my shoulder, leading them in disarray, and silenced by the volubility rather than convinced. "Slow, lad, slow," he said. "They might round upon us in a twinkle of an eye if we was seen to hurry." Very deliberately, then, did we advance across the sand to where the doctor awaited us on the other side of the stockade, and as soon as we were within easy speaking distance, Silver stopped. "You'll make a note of this here also, doctor," says he, "and the boy'll tell you how I saved his life, and we were deposed for it too. And you may lay to that, doctor, when a man's steering as near the wind as me, playing chuck farthing with the last breath in his body, like, you wouldn't think
it too much, mayhap, to give him one good word? You'll please bear in mind, it's not my life only now. It's the boy's into the bargain. And you'll speak me fair, doctor, and give me a bit of hope to go on for the sake of mercy. Silver was a changed man once he was out there and had his back to his friends and the blockhouse. His cheeks seemed to have fallen in. His voice trembled. Never was a soul more dead in earnest. Why, John, you're not afraid? Doctor, I'm no coward. No, not I. Not so much. He snapped his fingers. If I was, I wouldn't say it, but I'll own up fairly. I've the shakes upon me for the gallows. You're a good man, and you never seen a better man, and you'll not forget what I done good, not any more than you'll forget the bad. I know. And I step aside, see here, and leave you and Jim alone, and you'll put that down for me too, for it's a long stretch, it is, that. So saying, he stepped back a little way till he was out of earshot. There sat down upon a tree stump and began to whistle, spinning round now and again upon his seat so as to command a sight, sometimes of me and of the doctor, and sometimes of his unruly ruffians as they went to and fro stand between the fire, which they were busy rekindling, and the house from which they brought forth pork and bread to make the breakfast. So, Jim, said the doctor sadly, here you are. As you have brewed, so shall you drink, my boy. Heavens know I cannot find it in my heart to blame you. But this much I will say, be it kind or unkind. When Captain Smollett was well, you dared not have gone off. And when he was ill, and couldn't help it, by George, it was downright cowardly. I will own that here I began to weep. Doctor, I said, you might spare me. I have blamed myself enough. My life's forfeit anyway. And I should have been dead by now if Silver hadn't stood for me. And doctor, believe this, I can die. And I dare say I deserve it. But what I fear is torture. They come and torture me. Jim, the doctor said, his voice quite changed. Jim, I can't have this. Whip over and we'll run for it. Doctor, said I passed my word. I know, he cried. We can't help that, Jim. I'll take it on my shoulders. Holstus or holus bolus, blame and shame, my boy. But stay here, I cannot let you. Jump. One jump, and you're out, and we'll run for it like antelopes. No, I replied. You know right well you wouldn't do the thing yourself. Neither you, nor squire, nor captain, and no more will I. Silver trusted me. I passed my word. Back I go. But, doctor, you did not let me finish. If they come to torture me, I might slip a word of where the ship is. For I got the ship, part by luck, part by risking, as she lies in the north inlet, on the southern beach, and just below high water. At half tide she must be behind her, exclaimed the doctor. Rapidly I described to him my adventures, and he heard me in silence. There is a kind of fate in this, he observed when I had done. Every step, it's you that saves our lives. And do you suppose by any chance that we are going to let you lose yours? That would be poor return, my boy. You found out the plot. You found Ben Gunn, the best thing, or the best deed you ever did, or will do, though you live to 90. Oh, by Jupiter, in talking of Ben Gunn, why, this is the mischief in person. Silver, you cried. Silver, I'll
give you a piece of advice, he began. He continued as the cook drew near again. Don't you be in any great hurry after that treasure. Why, sir, I do my possible, which that ain't. Why, sir, hold on. Owned by Jupiter. Why, this is the mischief in person. Silver, he cried. Silver! I'll give you a piece of advice, he continued, as the cook began to draw. Don't you be in any great hurry after that treasure. Why, sir, I do my possible, which that ain't, said Silver. I can only asking your pardon. Save my life and the boys by seeking for that treasure. You may lay to that. Oh, Silver, if that is so, I'll go one step further and look out for squalls when you find it. Sir, said Silver, as between man and man, it's too much and too little. What you're after, why you left the blockhouse, why you've given me that there chart, I don't know now, do I? And yet I done your bidding with my eyes shut, never a word of hope. But no, this here's too much. If you won't tell me what you mean play out, just say so, and I'll leave the helm. No, said the doctor musingly. I've no right to say more. It's not my secret, you see, Silver. I give you my word I'd do it. But I'll go so far with you as I dare go, and a step beyond, for I'll have my wig sorted by the captain, or I'm mistaken. And first, I'll give you a bit of hope, Silver. If we both get out alive of this wolf trap, I'll do my best to save you, short of perjury. Silver's face was radiant. You couldn't say more. I'm sure, sir. Not if you was my mother, he cried. Oh, that's the first concession. Or that's my first concession, added the doctor. My second is a piece of advice. Keep the boy close beside you, and when you need help, halloo, I'm off to seek it for you. And that itself will show you if I speak at random. Goodbye, Jim. And Dr. Livesey shook hands with me through the stockade, nodded to Silver, and set off at a brisk pace into the wood. Ever the politician. He most definitely makes me think of a politician. There is no question in my mind. I kind of feel real bad for Silver, but like I understand that entire position that he's in and everything, because, well, you all know how my mind works. I can actually see like a lot of that, but you know, funny thing is, I'm kind of with Jim. I feel sorry for the guy, but my pity is very, very short. The guy's a bloodthirsty murderer, and wouldn't, if the shoe were on the other foot, he wouldn't do you the same kindness. He'd just, break your neck and, like, toss you into the sea. So it's like, you can only have so much pity for someone like that. And to think, this is a children's book. Actually, I think it's listed in the children's book. Holy crap. Children's books can be dark. Holy crap. Alright. Let's continue, yes? They were. Like, this is... I could understand getting a book or reading this book and similar books in, like, when I was in high school, in, like, 9th, 10th grade, maybe even 8th, when you can start to appreciate this kind of stuff. But it's just like, holy... I'm really enjoying what I'm reading, but at the same time, I would not be giving this to an 8-year-old. Like this is not 8-year-old material. When I think children's book, I think stuff like Dr. Seuss and stuff. Not this. And yet, and yet, who am I to argue how times change, Continuing. All right. Chapter 31. The Treasure Hunter, Flint's Pointer. The Treasure Hunt, Flint's Pointer. Jim, said Silver when we were alone, if I saved your life, you saved mine. And I'll not forget it. I seen the doctor waving you to run for it. With the tail of my eye, I did. And I seen you say no as plain as hearing. Jim, that's one to you. This is the first glint of hope I had since the attack failed, and I owe it to you. Now, Jim, we're to go in for this here treasure hunting, with sealed orders too. I don't like it, and you and me must stick close, back to back like, and we'll save our necks in spite of fate of fortune. Just then, a man hailed us from the fire that breakfast was ready, and we were soon seated here and there about the sand over a biscuit and fried junk. They had lit a fire to roast an ox, and it was now grown so hot they could only approach it from the windward, and even there, not without precaution. In the same wasteful spirit they had cooked, I suppose, 3 times more than we could eat. And one of them, with an empty lap, threw what was left into the fire, which blazed and roared again over this unusual fuel. I never in my life saw men so careless of the morrow. Hand to mouth is the only word that can describe their way of doing. And with wasted food and sleeping sentries, though they were bold enough for a brush, and so be done with it, I could see their entire unfitness for anything. Like a prolonged campaign. Even Silver, beating away, with Captain Flint upon his shoulder, had not a word of blame for their recklessness. And this the more surprised me, for I thought he had never shown himself so cunning as he did then. Hey, mates, said he, it's lucky you have barbecue to thank for you with this here head. I got what I wanted. I did. Sure enough, they have the ship. Where they have it, I don't know yet. But once we hit the treasure, we'll have to jump about and find out. Then, mates, us that has the boats, I reckon has the upper hand. Thus he kept running on with his mouth full of hot bacon. Thus he restored their hope and confidence, and, I more than suspect, repaired his own at the same time. It's for the hostage, he continued. That's his last talk, I guess. With them he loves so dear. I got maybe a piece of news, and thank ye to him for that. But it's over and done, and I'll take him in a line when we go treasure hunting, for we'll keep him like so much gold, in case of accidents, you mark. And in meantime, once we get the ship and treasure both and off to sea like jolly companions, why, then we'll talk Mr. Hawkins over, we will. We'll give him his share, to be sure, for all his kindness. It was no wonder the men were in a good humor now. For my part, I was horribly cast down. Should the scheme he had now sketched prove feasible, Silver, already doubly a traitor, would not hesitate to adopt it. He had still a foot in either camp, and there was no doubt he would prefer wealth and freedom with pirates to a bare escape from hanging, which was the best he had to hope on our side. Nay, and even if things so fell out and he was forced to keep his faith with Dr. Livesey, and even then what danger lay before us. What a moment that would be when the suspicion of his fellow heirs turned to certainty, and he and I should have to fight for dear life. He, a cripple, and I, a boy, against 5 strong and active seamen. Add to this double apprehension the mystery that still hung over the behavior of my friends, their unexplained desertion of the stockade, their inexplicable cessation of the chart, or harder to understand, the doctor's last warning to Silver. Look out for squalls when you find it. And you will readily believe how little taste I found in my breakfast, and with how uneasy a heart I set forth behind my captors on the quest for treasure. We made a curious figure, had anyone been there to see us, all in sailor's clothes, all but me armed to the teeth. Silver had 2 guns slung about him, one before and one behind, besides the great cutlass at his waist, and a pistol in each pocket of his square-tailed coat. To complete his stranger's appearance, Captain Flint sat perched upon his shoulder and gabbled odds and ends of purposeless sea talk. I had a line about my waist and followed obediently after the sea cook, who held the loose end of the rope, now in his free hand, now between his powerful teeth. For all the world, I was led like a dancing bear. The other men were variously burthened. The other men were variously burthened, some carrying picks and shovels, for that had been the very first necessary they brought ashore from Hispaniola. Others laden with pork, bread, and brandy for the midday meal. All the stores, I observed, came from our stock, and I could see the truth of Silver's words the night before. He had not struck a bargain with the doctor. He and his mutineers, deserted by the ship, must have been driven to subsist on clear water and the proceeds of their hunting. Water must have been very little to their taste. A sailor is not usually a good shot, and besides all that, they were so short of eatables, it was not likely they would be very flush of powder. Well, thus equipped, we all set out, even the fellow with the broken head, who should certainly have kept in shadow, and straggled one after another to the beach where the 2 gigs awaited us. Even these bore trace of the drunken folly of our parents, one in a broken thwart, and the other in their muddy and unbaled condition. Both were to be carried along with us for the sake of safety, and so, with our numbers divided between them, we set forth upon the bosom of the anchorage. As we pulled over, there was some discussion on the chart. The Red Cross was, of course, far too large to be a guide, and the terms on the note on the back, as you will hear, admitted some ambiguity. They ran, the reader may remember, thus: tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point north-northeast, skeleton isle, east-southeast, and by east, 10 feet. A tall tree was thus the principal mark. Now, right before us, the anchorage was bound by a plateau from 200 to 300 feet high, adjoining on the north the sloping southern shoulder of the spyglass, and rising again towards the south into the rough, cliffy eminence called Mizzenmast Hill. The top of the plateau was dotted thickly with pine trees of varying height. Every here and there, one of a different species rose 40 or 50 feet clear above its neighbors. And which of these was the particular tall tree of Captain Flint could only be decided on the spot, and by the readings of the compass. Yet, although this was the case, every man on board the boats had picked a favorite of his own ere we were halfway over. Long John alone shrugging his shoulders and bidding them wait till they were there. We pulled easily, by Silver's directions, not to weary the hands prematurely, and after quite a long passage, landed at the mouth of the second river, that which runs down a woody cleft of the spyglass. Thence, bending to our left, we began to ascend the slope towards the plateau. At the very first outset, a heavy, miry ground and a matted, marish vegetation greatly delayed our progress. But by little and little, the hill began to steepen and become stony underfoot, and the wood began to change its character and to grow in a more open order. It was, indeed, a most pleasant portion of the island that we were now approaching. A heavy scented broom and many flowering shrubs had almost taken the place of grass. Thickets of green nutmeg trees were dotted here and there with the red columns of the broad shadow of the pines, and the first mingled their spice with the aroma of the others. The air, besides, was fresh and stirring, and this, under the sheer sunbeams, was a wonderful refreshment to our senses. The party spread itself abroad in a fan shape, shouting and leaping to and fro above the center, and a good way behind the rest. Silver and I followed. I, tethered by my rope, he plowing with deep pants among the sliding gravel. From time to time, indeed, I had to lend him a hand, or he must have missed his footing and fallen backward down the hill. We had thus proceeded for about half a mile, and were approaching the brow of a plateau when the man upon the farthest left began to cry aloud, as if in terror. Shout after shout came from him, and the others began to run in his direction. "He can't have found the treasure," said old Morgan, hurrying past us from the right, "for that's clean atop." Indeed, as we found when we reached the spot, it was something very different. At the foot of the pretty big pine, and involved in a green creeper which had evenly parted lifted some of the smaller bones, a human skeleton lay, with a few shreds of clothing on the ground. I believe a chill struck from a moment to every heart. "He was a seaman," said George Mary, who, bolder than the rest, had gone up close and examined the rags of clothing. "Leastways, this is good sea cloth." "Aye, aye," said Silver. "Like enough, you wouldn't look to find a bishop here, I reckon. But what sort of way is that for bones to lie? 'Tain't natural. 'Tain't nature." Indeed, on a second glance, it seemed impossible to fancy the body was in a natural position, but for some disarray, the work perhaps of the birds that had fed upon him, or the slow-growing creeper that had gradually enveloped his remains, the man lay perfectly straight, his feet pointing one direction, his hands, raised above his head like a diver's, pointing in the opposite. "I've taken a notion into my old numbskull," observed Silver. "Here's the compass. There's the tip-top point of Skeleton Island, sticking out like a tooth just take a bearing, will you? Along the line of them bones. It was done. The body pointed straight in the direction of the island, and the compass read duly east, southeast, and by east. So, cried the cook, this here a pointer. Right up there is our line for the Pole Star and the Jolly Dollars. But by thunder, if it don't make me cold inside to think that Flint, this is one of his jokes. And no mistake, him and these 6 were alone here. He killed 'em, every man. And this one he hauled here and laid down his compass. Laid down by compass, shiver me tippers. They're long bones, and the hair's been yellow. Aye, that be Allardyce. You mind Allardyce, Tom Morgan? Aye, aye, returned Morgan. I mind him. He owed me money, he did, and took my knife ashore with him. Speaking of knives, said another, why don't we find his lying around? Flint weren't a man to pick a seaman's pocket, and by birds, I guess, would leave it be. By the powers, that's true, cried Silver. There ain't anything left in here, said Mary, still feeling around the bones. Not a copper doit nor a baccy box, and it don't look natural to me. No, by gum, it don't, agreed Silver. Not natural, nor not nice, says you. Great guns, messmates. But if Flint was living, this would be a hot spot for you and me. 6 they were, and 6 we are, and bones is what they are now. I saw him dead with these here deadlights, said Morgan. Billy took me in. There he laid, with penny pieces on his eyes. Dead, aye, and enough he's dead and gone below, said the fellow with the bandage. But if ever spirit walked, it'd be Flint's, dear hurt. But he died bad, did Flint. Aye, that he did, observed another. Now he's ragged, and now he hollered for the rum, and now he's saying 15 men were his only songmates. And I tell you, too, I never rightly liked to hear it since. It was my main art, and the windy was open, and I heard that old song coming out as clear, and the death howl on the man already. Come now, said Silver, stow this talk. He's dead, and he don't walk. That I know, leastways. He won't walk by any day, and you may lay to that. Care kill the cat. Fetch ahead for the doubloons. We started, certainly, but in spite of the hot sun and staring daylight, the pirates no longer ran separate and shouting through the wood, but kept side by side and spoke with bated breath. The terror of the dead buccaneer had fallen on their spirits. That's the end of that chapter. How many more do we have left? We only have 3 chapters left. Holy smokes. Think you all can wait for 3 more? I'm excited to see how it ends. I'm pretty sure that the Buccaneers are all going to die. I don't know if Silver's going to die or not, or if he gets out, or if he opens a fish restaurant and is still somehow living, just grilling fish for us all. Come to think of it, he's the ship's cook. Long John Silver is the ship's cook, and we have a restaurant chain, Long John Silver's. Some of those things are still around. I can go to one some ways up north. Anxious to see. Chapter 32. The Treasure Hunt. The Voice Among the Trees. Partly apart from dampening influence of this alarm, partly to rest Silver and the sick folk, the whole party sat down as soon as they had gained the brow of ascent. The plateau being somewhat tilted toward the west, this spot on which we had paused commanded a wide prospect on either hand. Before us, over the treetops, we beheld the cape of the woods fringed with surf. Behind, we not only looked down upon the anchorage of Skeleton Island, but saw, clear across the spit in the eastern lowlands, a great field of open sea upon the east. Sheer above us rose the spyglass, here dotted with pines, there black with precipices. There was no sound but that of the distant breakers mounting from all round, and the chirp of the countless insects in the brush. Not a man, not a sail upon the sea. The very largeness of the view increased the sense of solitude. Silver, as he sat, took certain bearings with his compass. "There are all these tall trees," he said, "about in right line from Skeleton Island. Spyglass shoulder, I take it, means that lower point there. It's child's play to find the stuff now. I've half a mind to dine first." "I don't feel sharp," growled Morgan. "Thinking of Flint, I think it were as done me." "Well, son, you praise your stars he's dead," said Silver. "You're an ugly devil," cried a third pirate with a shudder. "That blue in the face, too." That was how the run took him," added Mary. "Blue. Well, I reckon he was blue. That's a true word." Ever since they found the skeleton and got upon this train of thought, they had spoken lower and lower, and they had almost got to whispering now, so that the sound of their talk hardly interrupted the silence of the woods. All of a sudden, out in the middle of the trees in front of us, a thin, high, trembling voice struck up well-known words. 15 men on the dead man's chest. Yo, ho, ho, and a bottle of rum. I have never seen men more dreadfully affected than the pirates. The color went from their faces like enchantment. Some leapt to their feet. Some crawled hold of others. Morgan groveled on the ground. "It's Flint, bye," cried Mary. The song had stopped as suddenly it began, broken off. You would have said, in the middle of a note, as though someone had laid his hand upon the singer's mouth. Coming through the clear, sunny atmosphere, among the green tree tops, I thought it sounded airily and sweetly, and the effect of my companions was the stranger. "Come," said Silver, struggling with his ashen lips to get the word out. "This won't do. Stand by and go about. This is a rum start, and I can't name the voice, but it's someone skylarking. Someone that's flesh and blood, you may lay to that." His courage had come back as he spoke, some of the color to his face along with it. Already the others had begun to lend an ear to this encouragement, and were coming a little to themselves, when the same voice broke out again. This time singing, or not this time singing, but a faint distant hail that echoed yet fainter among the clefts of the spyglass. "Tarry McGraw," it wailed,
For that is the word that best describes the sound. Darby McGraw, Darby McGraw. Again and again, and then rising a little higher and with an oath that I leave out. Fetched aft the rum, Darby. The buccaneers remained rooted to the ground, their eyes starting from their heads. Long after the voice had died away, they still stared in silence, dreadfully before them. "This is it," gasped one. "Let's go." "They was his last words," moaned Morgan. "His last words above board." Dick had his Bible out and was praying volubly. He had been well brought up, had Dick, before he had come to sea and fell among bad companions. Still Silver was unconquered. I could hear his teeth rattle in his head, but he had not yet surrendered. "Nobody in this here island ever heard of Darby," he muttered. "Not one but us that's here. And then, making a great effort, shipmates," he cried, "I'm here to get that stuff, and I'm not to be beat by man or devil. I never was feared of Flint in his life, and by powers, I'll face him dead. There's 700,000 pound not a quarter mile from here. When did ever a gentleman of fortune show his stern to that much dollars for a boozy old seaman with a blue mug, and him dead too?" But there was no sign of reawakening the courage in his followers. Rather, indeed, of growing terror at the irreverence of his words. "Belay there, John," said Mary. "Don't you cross the spirit." And the rest were all too terrified to reply. They would have run away severely, severally, had they dared, but fear kept them together, and kept them close by John, as if his daring helped them. He, on his part, had pretty well fought his weakness down. "Spirit? Maybe," he said, "but there's one thing that's not clear to me. There is an echo. Now, no man ever seen a spirit with a shadow. Well then, what's he doing with an echo to him? I should like to know. That ain't nature, surely." This argument seemed weak enough to me, but you can never tell what will affect the superstitious, and to my wonder, George Mary was greatly relieved. "Well, that's so," he said. "You have a head upon your shoulders, John, and make no mistake. 'Bout shipmates, this here crew's on a wrong tack, I do believe. And come to think of it, it was like Flint's voice, I grant you, but not just so clear away like it, after all. It was like somebody else's voice now. It was like, by the powers, Ben Gunn." "Aye, so it were," cried Morgan. "Ben Gunn it were." "It don't take much odds, do it now?" asked Dick. "Ben Gunn's not here in the body any more in Flint." But the older hands greeted this remark with scorn. "Why, nobody minds Ben Gunn," cried Mary. "Dead or alive, nobody minds him." It was extraordinary how their spirits had returned, and how the natural color had revived in their faces. Soon they were chatting together, with intervals of listening. Not long after, hearing no further sound, they shouldered the tools and set forth again, Mary walking first with Silver's compass to keep them on the right line with Skeleton Island.
He had said the truth. Dead or alive, nobody minded Ben Gunn. Dick alone still held his Bible, and looked around him as he went, fearful glances, but he found no sympathy, and Silver even choked on his precautions. I told you, said he. I told you it spoiled your Bible. It ain't no good to swear by. What do you suppose a spirit would give for it? Not that. And he snapped his big fingers, halting a moment on his crutch. But Dick was not to be comforted. Indeed, it was soon plain to me that the lad was falling sick, hastened by heat, exhaustion, and the shock of his alarm. The fever, predicted by Dr. Livesey, was evidently growing swiftly higher. It was a fine open walking air. Upon the summit, our way lay a little downhill, for, as I have said, the plateau tilted towards the west. The pines, great and small, grew wide apart, and even between the clumps of nutmeg and azalea, wide open spaces baked in the hot sunshine. Striking, as we did, pretty near northwest across the island, we drew on one hand ever nearer under the shoulder of the spyglass, and on the other looked ever wider over that western bay where I had once tossed and trembled in the coracle. The first of the tall trees was reached, and by the bearings proved the wrong one. So with the second, the third rose nearly 200 feet into the air above a clump of underwood, a giant of a vegetable, with a red column as big as a cottage, and a wide shadow round in which a company could have maneuvered. It was conspicuous far to see, both on the east and west, and might have been entered as a sailing mark upon a chart. But it was not its size that now impressed my companions. It was the knowledge that 700,000 pounds of gold lay somewhere buried below its spreading shadow. The thought of the money, as they drew nearer, swallowed up their previous terrors. Their eyes burned in their head. Their feet grew speedier and lighter. Their whole soul was bound up in that fortune, that whole lifetime of extravagance and pleasure that lay waiting there for each of them. Silver hobbled, grunting, on his crutch. His nostrils stood out and quivered. He cursed like a madman when the flies settled upon his hot and shiny countenance. He plucked furiously at the line held to him, that held me to him, and from time to time turned his eyes upon me with a deadly look. Certainly he had no plans to hide his. Certainly he took no pains to hide his thoughts, and clearly I read them like print. In the immediate nearness of all the gold, all else be forgotten. His promise and the doctor's warning were both things of the past, and I could not doubt that he hoped to seize the treasure, find and board the Hispaniola under the cover of night, cut every honest throat about that island, and sail away as he had first intended, laden with crimes and riches. Shaken as I with these alarms, it was hard for me to keep up with the rapid pace of the treasure hunters. Now and again I stumbled, and it was then that Silver plucked so roughly at the rope and launched me at his murderous glances. Dick, who had dropped behind us and now brought up the rear, was babbling to himself both prayers and curses as his fever kept rising. This also added to my wretchedness, and to crown all, I was haunted by the thought of the tragedy that had once been acted on this plateau, when that ungodly buccaneer with the blue face, he who died at Savannah, singing and shouting for drink, had there with his own hand cut down his 6 accomplices. This grove that was now so peaceful must then have rung with cries, I thought, And even then, even with the thought I could believe, and even with the thought I could believe, I heard it ringing still. We were now at the margin of the thicket. "Huzzah, mates, all together!" shouted Mary, and the foremost broke into a run. Suddenly, not 10 yards further, we beheld them stop. A low cry arose. Silver doubled his pace, digging away with the foot of his crutch like one possessed. And the next moment I had come also to a dead halt. Before us was a great excavation, not very recent, for the sides had fallen in and grass had sprouted on the bottom, and in this shaft of a pick of broken, and in this were the shaft of a pick broken in two, and the boards of several packing cases strewn around. On one of these boards I saw, branded with hot iron, the name Walrus, the name of Flint's ship. All was clear to the probation. The cachet had been found and rifled. 700,000 pounds were gone. I honestly wasn't expecting that. That was the end of chapter 32. There's only 2 more chapters. I really wasn't expecting that one. We'll plow through this one and the next chapter. We'll do another book tomorrow. I'm just not entirely certain what. But we'll talk about that when I'm finished. Chapter 33, The Fall of a Chieftain. There was never such an overturn in this world. Each of these 6 men was as though he had been struck. But with Silver the blow passed almost instantly. Every thought of his soul had been set full stretch like a racer. On that money, well, he was brought up in a single second dead. And he kept his head, found his temper, and changed his plan before the others had the time to realize his disappointment. "Jim," he whispered, "take that and stand by for trouble." And he passed me a double-barreled pistol. At the same time, he began quietly moving northward, and in a few steps, he put his hollow between us two and the other 5. Then he looked at me and nodded, as much to say, "Here's a narrow cover." As, indeed, I thought it was. His looks were not quite friendly, and I was so revolted at these constant changes that I could not forbear whispering, "So you've changed sides again." There was no time left for him to answer him. The buccaneers, with oaths and cries, began to leap, one after the other, into the pit, and to dig with their fingers, throwing the boards aside as they did so. Morgan found a piece of gold. He held it up with a perfect spout of oaths. It was a 2-guinea piece, and it went from hand to hand among them for a quarter of a minute. 2 guineas? Roared Mary, shaking it at Silver. "That's your 700,000 pounds, is it? You're the man for bargains, ain't you? You're him that never bungled nothing, you wooden-headed lubber." "Dig away, boys," said Silver with coolest insolence. "You'll find some big nuts, I shouldn't wonder." "Big nuts!" repeated Mary in a scream. "Mates, do you hear that? I tell you, that man there knew it all along. Look in the face of him and you'll see it wrote there." "Ah, Mary," remarked Silver, "standing for a captain again. You're a pushing lad, to be sure." But this time everyone was entirely in Mary's favor. They began to scrabble out of the excavation, darting furious glances behind them. One thing I observed, which looked well for us, they all got out upon the opposite side of Silver. Well, there we stood, 2 on one side, 5 on the other, the pit between us, and nobody screwed up high enough to offer the first blow. Silver never moved. He watched them, very upright on his crutch, and looked as cool as ever I saw him. He was brave, and no mistake. At last, Mary seemed to think his speech might help matters. "Mates," he says, "there's 2 of them, alone there. One's a cripple. One's the old cripple that brought us here and blundered us down to this. The other's that cub I meant to have the heart of. Now, mates," he was raising his arm and voice and plainly meant to lead a charge. But then, just then, crack, 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 3 musket shots flashed out of the thicket. Mary tumbled head foremost into the excavation. The man with the bandage spun round like a teatum and fell all his length upon his side, where he lay dead, but still twitching. The other 3 turned and ran for it with all their might. Before you could wink, Long John had fired 2 barrels of a pistol into struggling Mary. And as the man rolled up his eyes at him in the last agony, "George," said he, "I reckon I settled you." At the same moment, the doctor, Gray, and Ben Gunn joined us with smoking muskets from among the nutmeg trees. "Forward!" cried the doctor. "Double quick, my lads. We must head 'em off the boats." We set off at great pace, sometimes plunging through the bushes to the chest. I tell you, Silver was anxious to keep up with us. The work that man went through, leaping on his crutch till the muscles of his chest were fit to burst, was work no sound man ever equaled, and so thinks the doctor. As it was already 30 yards behind us, on the verge of strangling when we reached the brow of the slope. "Doctor," he hailed, "see there? No hurry." Sure enough, there was no hurry. In a mere open part of plateau, we could see all 3 survivors still running in the same direction they had started, right for Mizzen Mist Hill. We were already between them and the boats. And so we 4 sat down to breathe, while Long John, mopping his face, came slowly up with us. "Thank you kindly, doctor," says he. "You came in about the nick, I guess, for me and Hawkins. And so it's you, Ben Gunn. Well, you're a nice one, to be sure." "I'm Ben Gunn, I am," replied the maroon, wrangling like an eel in his embarrassment. "And," he added after a long pause, "how do, Mr. Silver?" "Pretty well, I thank ye," says you. Ben," murmured Silver, "to think as you've done me." The doctor set back Gray for one, the pickaxes deserted in their flight by the mutineers, and then we proceeded leisurely downhill to where the boats were lying, related, in a few words, what had taken place. It was a story that profoundly interests Silver and Ben Gunn, the half-idiot maroon, who was the hero from It was a story that profoundly interested Silver, and Ben Gunn, the half-idiot maroon, was the hero from beginning to end. Ben, in his long, lonely wanderings about the island, had found the skeleton. It was he that rifled it, had found the treasure, had dug it up. It was the haft of his pickaxe that lay broken in the excavation. He had carried it on his back in his many journeys, many weary journeys, from the foot of the tall pine to a cave he had on the two-pointed hill at the northeast angle of the island, and there had lain it stored in safely since 2 months before the arrival of the Hispaniola. When the doctor had wormed the secret from him one afternoon, on the afternoon of the attack, and when the next morning saw the anchorage deserted, he had gone to Silver, given him the chart, which was now useless, given him the stores, for Ben Gunn's cave was well supplied with goats, or with goat's meat salted by himself, given anything and everything to get a chance of moving in safety from the stockade and the two-pointed hill, there to be clear of malaria and to keep a guard on the money. As for you, Jim, he said, it went against my heart, but I did what I thought best for those who stood by their duty. And if you were not of these, whose fault was it? That morning, finding I was to be involved in the horrid disappointment he had prepared from the mutineers, he had run all the way to the cave, and leaving the squire to guard the cabin, had taken Gray and the maroon and started, making the diagonal across the island to be at hand beside the pine. Soon, however, he saw that our party had the start of him, and Ben Gunn, being a fleet of foot, had been dispatched in front to do his best alone. Then it had occurred to him to work up the superstition of the former shipmates, and he was so far successful that Gray and the doctor had come up and were already ambushed before the arrival of the treasure hunters. "Ah," said Silver, "you were fortunate for me that I had Hawkins here. You would have let old John be cut to bits. Never given it a thought, Doctor." "Not a thought," replied Dr. Livesey cheerily. By this time we had reached the gigs. The doctor, with the pickaxe, demolished one of them. And then we all got aboard the other and set out to go round by sea from North Inlet. This was a run of 8 or 9 miles. Silver, though he was almost killed already with fatigue, was set an oar, like the rest of us, and we were soon skimming swiftly over a smooth sea. Soon we passed out of the straits and doubled the southeast corner of the island, round which, 4 days ago, we had told the Hispaniola. As we passed the two-pointed hill, we could see the black mouth of Ben Gunn's cave and a figure standing by it, leaning on a musket. It was the squire. We waved a handkerchief and gave him 3 cheers, in which the voice of Silver joined as heartily as any. 3 miles further, just inside the mouth of Inlet Cave, what should we meet but the Hispaniola, cruising by herself? The last flood had lifted her, and had there been much wind or a strong current, as in the south anchorage, we should never have found her more, or found her stranded beyond help. As it was, there was little amiss beyond the wreck of the mainsail. Another anchor was got ready and dropped in a fathom of half a water. We all pulled round again to Rum Cove, the nearest point for Ben Gunn's treasure house, and then Gray, single-handed, returned with the gig to the Hispaniola, where he was to pass the night on guard. A gentle slope ran up from the beach entrance of the cave. At the top, the squire met us. To me he was cordial and kind, saying nothing of my escapade, either in the way of blame or praise. At Silver's polite salute, He somewhat flushed. John Silver, he said, you're a prodigious villain and impostor. A monster impostor, sir. I am told I am not to prosecute you. Well then, I will not. But the dead men, sir, hang about your neck like millstones. Thank you kindly, sir, replied Long John, saluting. I dare you to thank me, cried the squire. It's a gross dereliction of my duty. Stand back. And there we all entered the cave. It was a large, airy place, with a little spring and a pool of clear water, overhung with ferns, and the floor was sand. Before a big fire lay Captain Smollett, and in a far corner, only duskily flickered by the blaze, I beheld great heaps of coin in quadrilaterals built of bars and gold. That was Flint's treasure that we had come so far to seek, and that had cost already the lives of 17 men from the Hispaniola. How many it had cost in the amassing! What blood and sorrow! What good ships scuttled on the deep! What brave men walking the plank blindfold! What shot of cannon! What shame of lies and cruelty! Perhaps no man alive could tell. Yet there were still 3 upon that island, Silver, and old Morgan, and Ben Gunn, who had each taken his share in these crimes, as each had hoped in vain to share in the reward. Come in, Jim, said the captain. You're a good boy in your line, Jim, but I don't think you and me'll go to sea again. You're too much of the born favorite for me. Is that you, John Silver? Brings you here, man? Come back to my duties, sir, returned Silver. Ah, said the captain, and that was all he said. What a supper I had of it that night, with all my friends around me, and what a meal it was, with Ben Gunn's salted goat meat, and some of the delicacies, and a bottle of wine from the Hispaniola. Never, I am sure, were people gayer or happier, and there was Silver sitting back almost out of the firelight, but eating heartily, prompt to spring forward when anything was wanted, and even joining quietly in our laughter. The same bland, polite, obsequious seaman of the voyage out. That's the end of chapter 33. I like this book. There's only one more chapter. Just one more. I don't have to read those parts. Okay. Chapter 34. And last. The next morning we fell early to work for the transportation of this great mass of gold near a mile by land to beach, and thence 3 miles by boat to Hispaniola, was a considerable task for so small a number of workmen. 3 fellows still abroad the 3 fellows still abroad upon the island did not greatly trouble us. A single sentry on the shoulder of the hill was sufficient to ensure us against any sudden onslaught, and we thought, besides, they had had more than enough of fighting. Therefore, the work was pushed on briskly. Gray and Ben Gunn came and went with the boat, while the rest, during their absences, piled treasure on the beach. 2 of the bars, slung in a rope's end, made a good load for a grown man, one that he was glad to walk slowly with. For my part, as I was not much use at carrying, I was kept busy all day in the cave packing the minted money into bread bags. It was a strange collection, like Billy Bones' hoard for the diversity of coinage, but so much larger and so much more varied that I think I never had more pleasure than in sorting them. English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Georges, Louises doubloons, and double guineas, and moires and sequins, and the pictures of all kings of Europe for the last 100 years. Several oriental pieces stamped with what looked like wisps of string or bits of spiderweb, round pieces and square pieces, and pieces bored through the middle as if to wear them around your neck. Nearly every variety of money in the world must, I think, have found a place in that collection. And for number, I am sure they were like autumn leaves, so that my back ached with stooping and my fingers with sorting them out. Day after day this work went. By every evening a fortune had been stowed aboard, but there was another fortune waiting for the morrow. And all this time we had heard nothing of the 3 surviving mutineers. At last, I think it was on the 3rd night, the doctor and I were strolling, and on the shoulder of the hill, where it overlooked the lowlands of the isle, when, from out of the thick of the darkness below, the wind brought us a noise between shrieking and singing. It was only a snatch that reached our ears, followed by a former silence. Heaven forgive us, heaven forgive them, said the doctor. 'Tis the mutineers. Oh, drugs, sir, struck in the voice of Silver behind us. Silver, I should say, was allowed his entire liberty, and in spite of the daily rebuffs, seemed to regard himself once more as quite a privileged and friendly dependent. Indeed, it was remarkable how well he bore these slights, and with how unwavering politeness he kept on trying to ingratiate himself withal. Yet, I think none treated him better than a dog, unless it was Ben Gunn, who was still terribly afraid of his old quartermaster, or myself, who had really something to thank him for, although, for that matter, I suppose, I had reason to think even worse of him than anybody else, for I had seen him meditating a fresh treachery upon a plateau. Accordingly, it was pretty gruffly that the doctor answered him. Drunk or raving, said he. Right you were, sir, replied Silver, and precious little odds which, to ye and me. I suppose you would hardly ask me to call you a humane man, returned the doctor with a sneer. And so my feelings may surprise you, Master Silver, but if I were sure they were raving, as I am morally certain one, at least, but if I was sure they were raving, as I am morally certain one, at least, of them is down with fever, I should leave this camp, and at whatever risk to my own carcass, take them assistance of my skill. Ask your pardon, sir. You'd be very wrong, quoth Silver. You'd lose your precious life, and you may lay at that. I'm on your side now, hand and glove. I shouldn't wish for you to see the party weakened, let alone yourself, seeing as I now what I owes you. But these men down there, they wouldn't keep their word. No, not supposing they wished to. What's more, they couldn't believe as you could. No, said the doctor. You're the man to keep your word. We know that. Well, that was about the last news we had of the 3 pirates. Only once we heard a gunshot great way off and supposed them to be hunting. A council was held, and it was decided we must desert them on the island, to the huge glee, I must say, of Ben Gunn, and with the strong approval of Gray. We left a good stock of powder and shot, and the bulk of the salt goat, a few medicines, and a few other necessaries, tools, clothing, spare sail, and a fathom or two of rope, and by particular desire of the doctor, a handsome present of tobacco. That was about the last of our doing on the island. Before that, we had got the treasure stowed and had shipped enough water and the remainder of the goat in case of any distress. And at last, one fine morning, we weighed anchor, which was about all that we could manage, and stood out of North Inlet, the same colors flying that the captain had flown and fought under at the palisade. The three fellows must have been watching us closer than we thought, for as soon as we coming through the Narrows, we had to lie very near the southern point, and there we saw all three of them kneeling together on a spit of sand, with their arms raised in supplication. It went to all our hearts to think to leave them in that wretched state, but we could not risk another mutiny, and to take them home for the gibbet would have been a cruel sort of kindness. The doctor hailed them and told them of the stores we had left, and where they might find them, but they continued to call us by name and appeal to us, for God's sake, to be merciful and to not let them die in such a place. And at last, seeing the ship still bore on her course and was now swiftly drawing out of earshot, one of them, I know not which it was, had leapt to his feet with a hoarse cry, whipped his musket to his shoulder, and sent a shot whistling over Silver's head and through the mainsail. After that, we kept under cover of bulwarks, and when I next looked out, they had disappeared from the spit, and the spit itself had almost melted out of the sight of the growing distance. That was, at least, the end of that. And before noon, to my inexpressible joy, the highest rock of Treasure Island had sunk into the blue round of sea. We were so short of men that everyone on board had to bear a hand, only the captain lying on a mattress in the stern and giving his orders, for though greatly recovered, he was still in want of quiet. We had laid her head for the nearest port in Spanish America, for we could not risk a voyage home without fresh hands. And, as it was, with what baffling winds and a fresh couple of gales, we were all worn out before we reached it. It was just at sundown when we cast anchor in a most beautiful landlocked gulf, and we were immediately surrounded by a shore of boats full of Negroes and Mexican Indians and half-bloods selling fruits and vegetables and offering to dive for bits of money. The sight of so many good-humored faces, especially the blacks, the taste of the tropical fruits, and above all, the lights that began to shine in the town, made a most charming contrast to our dark and bloody sojourn on the island. And the doctor and the squire, taking me along with them, went ashore to pass the early part of the night. Here they met the captain of an English man-of-war, fell in talk with him, went on board his ship, and, in short, had so agreeable a time that day was breaking when we came alongside in Hispaniola. Ben Gunn was on deck alone, and as soon as we came on board he began, with wonderful contortions, to make a confession. Silver was gone. The maroon had connived at his escape in a shore boat some hours ago, and he now assured us he had only done so to preserve our lives, which would certainly have been forfeit if that man with the one leg had stayed aboard. But this was not all. The sea cook had not gone empty-handed. He had cut through a bulkhead unobserved and removed one of the sacks of coin, worth perhaps 3 or 4,000 guineas to help him on with his further wanderings. I think we're all pleased to be so cheaply quit of him. Well, to make a long story short, we got a few hands on board, made a good cruise home, and the Hispaniola reached Bristol just as Mr. Blandy was beginning to think of fitting out her consort. 5 men only of those who sailed had returned with her. Drink and the devil had done for the rest, with a vengeance, although, to be sure, we were not quite in so bad a case as the other ship they sang about. With one man of her crew alive, what put to sea with 75. All of us had an ample share of treasures and used it wisely or foolishly according to our natures. Captain Smollett is now retired from the sea. Gray not only saved his money, but being suddenly smit with the desire to rise, also studied his profession, and he is now mate and part owner of a full-rigged ship, married besides, and the father of a family. As for Ben Gunn, he got £1,000, which he spent or lost in 3 weeks, or to be exact, in 19 days, for he was back begging on the 20th. Then he was given a lodge to keep, exactly as he had feared upon the island, and he lives still, a great favourite, though something of a butt with the country boys, and a notable singer in church on Sundays and Saint days. Of Silver we have heard no more. That formidable seafaring man with one leg had at last gone clean out of my life, but I dare say he met his old negress, and perhaps still lives in the comfort with her and Captain Flint. It is to be hoped so, I suppose, for his chances of comfort in another world are very small. The bar silver and the arms still lie, for all I know, where Flint buried them, and certainly they shall lie there for me. Oxen and wain ropes would not bring me back to the accursed island, and the worst dreams that ever I have are when I hear the surf booming about its coasts, or start upright in bed with the sharp voice of Captain Flint still ringing in my ears. Pieces of it! Pieces of it! That is the end of the Project Gutenberg ebook of Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, narrated as accurately as I can by me. If anyone takes offense to any languages I may have used, it is printed in the book, and I was narrating it almost as word for word as I possibly can. Don't hate the narrator, please. I had fun with this book. I actually enjoyed it. I'm really happy. I remember reading a tiny little square book of this when I was a kid, but it was one of those, like, every page was a picture kind of book, and it was dulled down for really small children somehow. It's amazing how they spun this into a movie, though. I really, really had fun with this. So, Ballin, or Miss Sensation if you're there too, I want to do more books. Not tonight, of course, but I actually like reading a book. Is there a particular book you would like me to read? Or do you just want me to pick one? Like, I had thought to do, like, Robinson Crusoe or the innumerable Wizard of Oz books, because as I come here, Um, let's see. First off, we need to unlist this and reload the page. There's hundreds. There's over 75,000 books. That's they had that printed years ago. There's got to be a well over 100,000. And if I click here, what was it? Children's literature. Where is it? History, arts and culture, religion, health and medicine, no, science and technology, children, young adult reading. Okay, I guess it's young adult reading because they lumped them together. Um, if I, they got Little Women, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, the Jungle Book, the actual Jungle Book. I'm actually tempted to pick that one next, just arbitrarily, because I saw the Disney movie, and we all know Disney Disneyfies everything. I'm actually kind of scared what the real Jungle Book was. Grimm's Fairy Tales, The Secret Garden. I've already read The Adventures of Pinocchio. Um, what about Wizard of Oz? I know the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, they have that. I know I saw a lot more of that. Um, Wizard of Oz would be interesting. Jungle Book would be cool. I I I I re I remember seeing that as a movie, I think. But I was such a tiny little kid. I can't remember. Beautiful stories from beautiful stories from Shakespeare. Yeah, there's a book that if you want to see me get tongue tied every single sentence, there's the book. Not opposed to it, but um um I struggled with the language on this book, and now Shakespeare. This that might be the death of me. Um, all right, I'll do the Jungle Book. I will do the Jungle Book tomorrow. So tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern, I will read the Jungle Book. I'll have a thumbnail all ready, and let's see. Older Kindles, EPUBs, send a Kindle. No, I want to read it right now. Whoa. Hmm. Pictures are a little graphic. Whoa. Uh, uh, I might not be able to show the pictures, but I could try. Where are my chapters? I was looking for a table of contents. Oh, it's right here. Huh. You know, I could do that. I got this. I'll save it. I may not be able to show the pictures. Um, no, 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 no. Can I just bookmark this? Is there... I'll figure it out. This will be the next book that I do. So let's go find a raid. Yes. Yes. I have almost no one. Oh, on YouTube. I think it might just be me and you. I really like enjoying this. I don't know. You've heard me rant. I see some streams with like 1,000 people, and then I do this, and it's like I'm so happy doing it. And then it's just me, you, and Miss Sensation. Rated R kids books. Yeah, that's totally what it is. Oh, I'll get over it. I am delighted to read a book. Very, very happy. Um, who to raid? I got Crazy Cookie. You know what? I got a friend who's doing their last stream before break, and I know it's a friend of yours on YouTube. I don't think you've said hello to them in a good long while. So let's end the stream on YouTube and we'll go raid Kenny the Neo Kid. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been in his stream too. He's a good guy. You want someone who is rather consistent about their streams and doesn't care about their numbers at all? Kenny. Like, yeah, I'm duly impressed with what he does. So we'll go over there, and on Twitch